I agree. G6 Productions.
The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of July 1st, 2024 is hereby called to order. Good morning, everyone. Today we have the officials from the Virgin Islands Department of Education, and we're supposed to have the Virgin Islands Current Technical Education, but I'm not seeing them. I just realized that. And this afternoon, we should have the individuals from the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation and the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee. They will all provide testimony on the FY 2025 budget recommendation that came down in the executive budget book. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and of course, good morning to my colleagues. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to, I'm going to do it a little different, just to give my colleagues an opportunity to get here. Please move forward with reading today's agenda into the record.
July 1, 2024. Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance meeting agenda revised. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Monday, July 1st, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget for the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, Department of Education. Invited testifier, Dr. Dean Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, Department of Education. Block 2, Virgin Islands Board of Education and the VI Career and Technical Education Board. Invited testifiers are Dr. Kaiser A. Colwood, Chairperson, VI Board of Education, and Mrs. Joan A. Murphy, Chairperson, VI Career and Technical Education Board. Block 3, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Invited testifier, Mr. Calvert A. White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think I was mistaken. The Virgin Islands Board of Education and the Current Technical Education Board is in the second block. I thought we were merging the first block with all of the education officials. Not sure what happened there, but in any event, we will move forward. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr., present. Madam Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum and we will proceed with today's meeting. I'm going to ask again, we do have the Department of Education officials here, looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. So it means that they're ready to defend their 2025 budget So I'm going to ask Commissioner Wells, Dr. Commissioner Wells Hedrington, and her team to please put your names and titles on the record. We're going to start with you, Commissioner Wells, and then we're going to start with my right, your left, and then we'll proceed. After my right, your left, we're going to proceed to the other side. Okay, you may proceed, Dr. Wells Hedrington.
Good morning, Senator, and all the senators in the chambers. My name is Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner for the Department of Education.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Maria Melendez Tirado, Acting Deputy Commissioner for Fiscal and Administrative Services.
Good morning. Kimo Smith, Budget Director, Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Good morning, Charlene Foy, Financial Control Officer, Department of Education.
Recognize the mic of the testifier. Senator Bulk has his seat.
Okay. Good morning, Belinda Sanderson, State Director, Special Nutrition.
Good morning, Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources.
Good morning, Keisha Culpepper Smith, Federal Grants Director, Department of Education.
Good morning, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction.
Good morning, Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement, Department of Education.
Good morning, Dr. Stefan Yergin, Insular Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John School District.
That's it. Where is your superintendent or acting superintendent for the St. Croix district?
She should be here by 9:30, Senator.
Okay, understood. All right. Thank you for putting your names and titles on the record. Commissioner Wells Hedrington, you may proceed with your. You know what? I didn't ask if we had any correspondence to be read into the record. Do we have any? Okay, good. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson Donna A. Fort Gregory, Vice Chair Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr., and distinguished members of the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee, Senators Marvin A. Blyden, Duane M. DeGraff, Javon E. James Sr., Ray Fonseca, and Samuel Carrion. Any additional non-committee members present and all who are listening and viewing today. I am Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, privileged to serve as the Commissioner of Education for the Virgin Islands. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss the fiscal year 2025 budget and its potential impact on our students, faculty, and staff. I commend the committee members for their steadfast support in securing funding from the General Fund for the Virgin Islands Department of Education. The 35th Legislature deserves tremendous accolades for its continued partnership with our department and collective goals. Your proactive engagement has been instrumental as we strive to enhance public education throughout the territory. Thank you for the critical funding that enables the department to pursue our key objectives, improve student outcomes, quality schools, effective educational system, engaged families, and a supportive community. Your commitment ensures that our children are progressing toward academic recovery and success, and helps the department to determine if we are achieving the goals that we have set forth to implement as we transform public education. Today, I'm here to address the proposed budget allocation for the Department of Education in FY 2025. Education is the cornerstone of our society, shaping the future of our workforce, economy, and civic engagement. As such, it is imperative that we prioritize adequate funding to support our schools, educators, and students. The continuation of necessary programs and retention of staff are of the utmost importance as we continue to provide equitable education for the children of the Virgin Islands. Joining me today are the members of my leadership team, Dr. Maria Melendez Tirado, Acting Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Administrative Services, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Stefan Jurgen, Insular Superintendent for the St. Thomas St. John District, Dr. Carla Bastian Knight, who should be joining us shortly, serves as the Acting Insular Superintendent for the St. Croix District, Mr. Kimo Smith, Director of Budget, Ms. Charlene Foy, Financial Control Officer, Ms. Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources, Ms. Kadila Joseph, Territorial Director of Procurement, Ms. Belinda Sanderson, State Director of Special Nutrition, Ms. Keisha Culpepper Smith, Director of Federal Grants. Additional VIDE personnel are on standby to provide detailed insights into specific areas if needed. Again, thank you for your unwavering support and the opportunity to testify today. VIDE Fiscal 2025 General Budget Overview. The Governor has recommended a FY 2025 budget of $170,084,508. The locally funded budget includes $104,637,975 for personnel services, $51,735,067 for fringe benefits, $881,528 for supplies, $7,829,938 for other services, and $5 million for utilities. Further, the budget reflects a 1.52% decrease under the FY 24 approved budget of $172,704,784. The recommended budget will assist in ensuring that personnel fringe and mandatory costs are met. Table 1 reports the annual budget for the Virgin Islands Department of Education for fiscal year 2024 and 2025. Personnel services. Personnel services total $104,637,975 and encompasses payments to permanent and temporary employees, including substitutes for permanent positions. This budget supports 1,977.40 full-time equivalent positions. The breakdown includes 122 filled exempt positions at $8,895,794 and 3 vacant exempt positions totaling $238,915. Additionally, there are 1,840.95 filled classified positions costing $93,116,158 and 11.6 vacant classified budgeted positions at $1,162,108. Further expenses cover substitute teacher pool funding at $800,000, 9 school teacher per diem payments at $400,000, and part-time/temporary employment costs amounting in $25,000. The recommended budget for personnel services of $104,637,975 in FY 2025 includes a reduction of $4,062,230 compared to the FY 2024 allocated amount of $108,700,205. See Table 2. Additionally, there is a decrease of 87.26 full-time equivalent, a 4.22% reduction from FY 2024. Personnel services costs for FY 2025 will account for 62% of the total recommended budget. And Table 2 breaks that down based on classifications. Fringe benefits. The Fringe benefits budget comparison for FY 2024 and FY 2025 reveals an overall decrease in the budget allocation across various categories. See Table 3. The total Fringe benefits budgeted decreased by $1,927,353, or 3.59%. Employer contributions to retirement saw a reduction of $875,235, equivalent to 3.7%, while FICA and Medicare contributions both decreased by 3.46%, amounting to $232,750 and $54,432, respectively. Health insurance premiums were reduced by $749,076, or 3.5%, and workers' compensation experienced a 5.10% decline, with a decrease of $15,860. There were no changes in unemployment insurance budget. Overall, Fringe benefits represent 30% of the total recommended FY 2025 budget. And you'll see the comparisons for FY 24, FY 25, and the variance in Table 3. The FY 2025 budget recommended for materials and supplies is $881,528. See Table 4. This budget category includes funding for operating and office supplies, drinking water, vehicle and maintenance supplies, gasoline purchases, and food supplies for school lunch program. The supplies budget is 47% lower than the FY 2024 funding level of $1,648,000. Supplies represents 0.01% of the total recommended FY 25 budget. An analysis of the FY 2023 budget indicates that essential operational supplies were valued at $2,430,897. However, in FY 24, our budget was reduced to $1,648,000, resulting in a decrease of $792,897. To mitigate this reduction, the department reallocated some supply costs to the American Rescue Plan funding, along with some in the consolidated grant application. Please note that the American Rescue funding expires after September 30th of this year. As the largest department in the government, VIDE must ensure sufficient supplies to support our districts and schools, which remains a continuing concern for us and will require offsetting some of the costs with casino funding or indirect cost reimbursements. See Table 4 that shows the breakdown of supplies, making comparisons from FY 24 to FY 25. Other services. The recommended FY 2025 budget for other services is at $7,829,938 as detailed in Table 5. This request, submitted to the Office of Management and Budget, encompasses essential operational costs for the department, including pupil transportation, janitorial services, advertisement, special education services, internet costs, software licensing, renewals, communication, travel, office rental, transportation, and training expenses. This figure represents an increase over the FY 2024 funding level of $3,368,171. The actual expenditure for FY 2024 was at $8,127,014, which was $4,478,840 $3 less than budgeted. It is important to note that the increase in professional services costs is due to the transition of many of these services from the ARPA, the American Rescue Funding, back to the local budget, coupled with rising costs for services. These services are essential for the department's day-to-day operation. Other services accounts for 5% of the total recommended FY 2025 budget. Again, Table 5 shows the comparison and the variances from FY 24 to FY 25. Utilities. For FY 2025, the utility funding is budgeted at $5 million. See Table 6. At the beginning of each fiscal year, the entire appropriated sum is transferred into a single payer fund, and the Department of Finance processes utility payments for the department. This amount matches the $5 million budgeted for FY 2024. Utilities account for 2.99% of the total recommended budget. At VIDE, it is essential to be conscious of utility costs and to actively implement strategies to reduce them. This includes the installation of automatic lighting and control systems in classrooms and ensuring building administrators are aware of their monthly utility costs. Additionally, VIDE's unique school food operation, which includes kitchens and servers requiring constant electricity, must be considered in our efforts to manage utility expenses effectively. Table 6 shows that comparison. Miscellaneous. For FY 2025, $0 is budgeted as miscellaneous under the department's recommended allocation. This sum represents a 100% decrease from $230,000 appropriated in FY 2024. The decrease is due to the revenue constraints. See Table 7 and you'll see a breakdown of what those miscellaneous charges were. Other miscellaneous funds. The department is also historically scheduled, as customary, to receive other miscellaneous appropriations for FY 2025 to include $500,000 from the Tourism Revolving Fund. And Table 8 gives you the breakdown of those other miscellaneous programs. Security services. The department has engaged Ranger America VI to deliver unarmed security services across multiple public schools in the St. Thomas St. John district and in the St. Croix district. As of FY 2024, VIDE has dispersed $1,013,535 for these security services. The current contract is set to conclude on September 30th, 2024. Nevertheless, the department plans to issue a request for proposal to secure similar services for the period from October 1, 2024 to September 30th, 2025. Table 9 shows the facilities that are currently being secured under the existing contract. Staffing summary. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has 77 employees who have separated for the 2023-2024 school year. 19 teachers, 1 nurse, 1 librarian, and 56 support staff. The department has a staffing level of 2,230 active employees. See Table 10. 2,032 classified positions and 198 exempt positions to serve the enrolled 10,312 students. As of May 31st, 2024, the department has received 52 retirement and resignation letters in the St. Croix district, of which 13 are teachers, 1 school nurse, and 38 support staff. 25 retirement and resignation letters were received in the St. Thomas St. John district, of which 6 are teachers, 19 support staff. Additionally, the department has received a total of 46 separations with an effective date of August 31st, 2024, St. Thomas St. John District 34, St. Croix District 12. Of the number, 6 are teachers in the St. Croix District and 22 are teachers in the St. Thomas St. John District. As of September 1, 2024, 332 employees will be eligible for retirement, of which 42 are administrators, 27 paraprofessionals, and 126 teachers territory-wide. Table 10 shows the employee count by class. Table 11, the personnel funding. Table 12, the separation by class. Table 13, the separation by action. And Table 14, the eligible employees for retirement. Like other school districts across the nation, the Virgin Islands Department of Education continues to face challenges in filling teaching positions. According to the data presented at this year's Model School Conference, there are 36,000 teaching vacancies nationwide. The Office of Human Resources has been actively conducting recruitment campaigns locally, nationally, and internationally through various channels, including social media and Indeed platform. Additionally, the department has participated in local job fairs organized by the Division of Personnel in both districts aimed to attract local talent. Despite these efforts, several challenges hinder recruitment and retention of local, national, and international professionals, including the high cost of living in the territory, the decline in local and national entrance into the teaching profession, 11.5% deduction for the government employee retirement system, inability to compete with other school districts offering incentives as sign-on bonuses, 100% paid health care, paid rental expenses, child care reimbursements, relocation packages, and referral programs. 33 teachers were interviewed and selected to begin the 2024-2025 school year, 15 in the St. Croix District and 18 in the St. Thomas St. John District. See Table 15 for that breakdown by district and subject area. School Food Authority. The School Food Authority remains dedicated to providing our students with nutritious, well-balanced meals in accordance with guidelines from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. We are actively exploring innovative approaches to meal preparations and presentations. By partnering with local farmers, we now offer locally sourced fresh fruits and vegetables. Our school gardens are being revitalized, and new initiatives such as introducing salad bars in the high school with plans of expansion to the middle and elementary schools are underway. Ensuring our staff receives adequate training and support is a top priority. Table 16 outlines the monthly reimbursable meals served by the St. Thomas St. John District and the St. Croix School District School Food Authorities, along with the total reimbursements for the 2023-2024 school year. We continue to realize a significant decrease in disallowed meals territory-wide, which had minimal impact on the total reimbursements earned. To ensure that we maintain this positive trend and ultimately receive no disallowed meals, continued monitoring and support will be provided to all food service staff, as well as improvements made to ensure that all commodities needed to fulfill the menus are available in our schools. Work efforts with the school food authorities will remain a priority for this department. So Table 16 shows the school lunch meals and the earning reports respectively for the districts. Disallowed meals. Meals were disallowed in both districts during spot check reviews. administrative reviews, and the review of meal production records. Following are the reasons: incomplete production records, incorrect portion sizes served to students, insufficient plan and preparation of components, missing components, and no variety in milk. Figure grants, 11 are from the United States Department of Education, totaling $209,516,448, and 10 are from the United States Department of Agriculture, totaling $7,481,917.74. The awarded grants include consolidated grants, special education, striving readers, adult education, American Rescue Plan, Stronger Connections, USVI Community STEM Project. USDA grants include Equipment Grant, Block Grant, the Emergency Food Assistance Program, Child Care Program, Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program, and State Administrative Expense. The FY 2025, in the FY 2025, the department anticipates receiving approximately $32,683,124.74 in federal funds, $25,045,169 from the U.S. Department of Education, and $7,481,917.74 from the U.S. Department of Agriculture as reimbursable program funds. As of June 2024, the department is obligating $76,988,638.20, which is set to expire on September 30th of 2024. See Figure 2 and 3. The department has received an influx of much-needed federal dollars, and large unobligated balances still exist. There are several contributing factors to slow spending, and the department continues to work with its internal stakeholders and external stakeholders to resolve these matters. Among the concerns being addressed are supply and demand shortages, which trigger price hikes beyond the approved budget, necessitate budget modifications. Lengthy revision process. The department is reducing the number of revisions sent to the U.S. Department of Education. However, because of vendors' inability to fill orders, inability to fill positions, which results in personnel savings and reduced funding availability in budget revisions, in categories, revisions are still needed. The department has not been able to attract many vendors, and as previously indicated, the department continues to experience delivery delays and cancellation of orders with those that are registered in our system. Several initiatives have been implemented. Weekly grant status reports are provided to program leads. Weekly spending plans are required, which outline the available balance and intended plans and projected obligation dates, as well as various tools to assist our program. Those plans and constant monitoring and accountability are critical. Encumbering these funds is a priority, and we have established a project timetable of August 30th, 2024 for encumbrance confirmation. Figure 2 shows the active expiring grants, and Figure 3 shows the grants breakdown by the various grant fundings, the amount obligated, and the budget that's left to be spent. Organizational section, mission and vision. The Virgin Islands Department of Education is committed to fostering an educational landscape where every child thrives in a safe, nurturing environment. Focusing on the delivery of high-quality instruction, continuous support, the department ensures that all students are fully equipped to succeed in their college endeavors and future careers. ready to navigate and contribute to a diverse global society. Our vision, transforming today's learners into tomorrow's leaders, encapsulates our dedication to cultivating the skills, knowledge, and attitudes necessary for our students to excel and lead in the evolving world. Through innovative teaching strategies and a compassionate approach, VIDE is not just preparing students for the future, we are shaping the future leaders of tomorrow. Strategic priorities. VIDE has outlined a forward-thinking strategic plan for 2022 to 2027, emphasizing 4 key priorities to enhance the educational landscape. First, quality of schools are at the forefront, aiming to provide a high standard in educational facility and resources that foster an optimal learning environment for students. Second, an effective educational system is crucial, focusing on streamlining administrative processes, adopting innovative teaching methodologies, and ensuring that educators are well supported and professionally developed. Third, engaged families are recognized as a vital part in the educational journey, with initiatives designed to strengthen family involvement in school activities and student learning. And lastly, a supportive community underscores the importance of collaborative efforts with the local organization, businesses, and stakeholders to create a nurturing and inclusive environment that benefits all students. This comprehensive strategy is designed to ensure that every student in the Virgin Islands receives a high-quality education, paving the way for their future success. On table 17, you're going to see a breakdown which was presented by us before of the decline in student enrollment from 2013 to 2023, and the graduation rates for the St. Croix district and the St. Thomas district, and the Virgin Islands percentages, which was also presented the last time we were here in the Senate. So in conclusion, I urge this committee to prioritize education funding in the FY 2025 budget deliberations. Investing in our schools and students today is an investment in the future prosperity and well-being of this territory. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue and giving us the opportunity to present our budget. We stand ready to assist in any way possible. My team and I are prepared to answer any questions regarding this testimony and provide additional information or clarification when needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wells Hedrington, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. In looking at so I checked off all of the categories of your FY 2024 budget. And I'm seeing that there's a difference. So your personnel services that you've represented today is 108,700,205, right? Mm-hmm. That's for 24. However, our appropriation for FY 2024 was 108,392,059. So you have a difference of 308,146 higher than the legislative appropriation. So I'm trying to understand where that is coming from.
So, Senator, I'll allow Mr. Smith to respond.
Okay.
Morning, Senator Emo Smith, Budget Director. Mm-hmm. So, Senator, so we have had salary increases thus far in FY 2024. And that makes up the difference that you just stated in our FY 2024 personnel.
Okay, so the funding that we set aside in the miscellaneous budget was moved up into the personnel section to support the increases. Meaning, so OMB, we put it in Office of Management and Budget once the salary increases are had. But then that further concerns me. So what type of personnel received salary increases in 2024? Because I know that you are still in union negotiations. So tell me.
Senator, we had the school monitors.
Okay.
And we also had EAA.
So the education administrators received their salary increases in 24,
Correct.
as well as the monitors. What union is that for the monitors?
USW.
Okay, so USW and USW. All right. So that answers the question. Perfect. Let me take this opportunity to also recognize committee member, Senator Novalee Francis Jr. Please recognize him as present. Thank you, and good morning, Mr. President. All right. I'm going to go to the next senator. However, let me ask you quickly about your people transportation. So do you have because I know as you approach the new school year, there's always a challenge with finalizing your contract with the school busing, people transportation overall. What's the status of that contract, those contracts rather?
So I'll allow Ms. Joseph to respond from Procurement.
Good morning, Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. The busing contract services in the St. Croix District expired on yesterday. We are currently in negotiations finalizing, or the contract has been drafted, so it's awaiting execution on our end. School Busing, Inc., the contractor in the St. Thomas St. John District, contract is due to expire September 30th, 2024. We'll begin negotiations for subsequent years, later years. The St. John bus contract is active until next year, 2025, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so let's go back. So your busing contract for St. Croix, what's usually the term of the contract? How many years?
The contract is usually 3 to 5 years. The contract that expired yesterday was a 3-year agreement.
So it's 3 years, and it expired yesterday.
Yes.
And you believe that? And I'm asking this question because we don't want to hear. When does school reopen?
School reopens the beginning of August.
August 5th.
August 5th. So that's mean you are already at the table negotiating with the busing contractor?
We've already finalized negotiations.
Good. All right, and then you said that St. Thomas contract is to expire 9/30. So are you in negotiations now?
Where I'm going to start negotiations this week, Senator.
Okay, and I asked the question again because 9/30 will be way into the school year.
Yes.
So why are we off the rhythm of the school years with our contracts, like this particular contract?
Due to the change in the school calendar a few years ago, so our existing contract with the St. Thomas St. John District, that contract was in place when the school calendar changed. Abramson was negotiated right around the time when the calendar changed. So that's the variance. That's the reason for the variance.
So as you enter into your new contract with the St. Thomas busing contractor, are you also looking to move to get on the rhythm with your school year? Because it's very concerning to be negotiating a contract during the school year.
That is correct.
So you're going to get on the rhythm?
Yes.
All right, good. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Commissioner Deanne Wells-Henvington and your supporting team there with you. And thank you so much for that most comprehensive testimony. You have a daunting task ahead of you. This is it's the largest department in the government, and the responsibility is very important. But based on your testimony, right, you made several statements in your testimony that jumped out at me. The first one was when it comes to the amount of separations, retirements, those who are eligible to retire, 126 teachers territory-wide. That's a lot. Quickly, how do you plan to mitigate that situation in terms of what's your plan?
So I will start, Senator, and allow Ms. Jacobs to wrap up. But one of the things that we've done, because even though we have high percentages of separations and resignations, retirements, whatever, we also have a decrease in enrollment. And so the district superintendents, along with PRE, our planning research director, sat down and looked at our personnel. And we had to make some switches in personnel to cover some of those vacancies that we were seeing in critical positions.
Okay.
The recruitment is ongoing, and we will continue our efforts, as well as we do have the opportunity for distance learning with some outside providers.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you also another statement you made in terms of an influx of much-needed federal dollars and large unobligated balances still exists. As of June 24th, you're obligating $76 million. Obligating. So, which is set to expire on September 2024. Now, with that statement being said, those federal dollars are critical to us here in the territory, and we need to assure that we can utilize, if not all, as much as possible. So I'm going to ask specifically from the post-audit report, page 45 of 75. I'm going to go to the different districts in respect to federal funds that's set to expire on September 30th, 2024. Let me start with the H3541. Dr. Juergens, for $335,000. What is that grant for, and how much has been expended thus far?
Senator, if we may clarify,
Okay.
I would allow the federal grants director to begin.
Very well. Do you have a copy of the post-audit report? That's on page 45 of 75.
Yes.
Please.
You mentioned Keisha Culpepper-Smith, Director of Federal Grants. You mentioned H3541.
Yeah.
That grant actually is not expiring.
So that's a typo?
So that, yes, that is a typo.
When is the expiration date?
9/30/25.
Oh, in 25. Okay. Let me ask then, in respect to federal grants also, since we are here in a school lunch program for the summer, and you spoke to those grants from the USDA, and they are reimbursable, the food lunch is reimbursable. For those school lunch during the summer months, because I know that there's a program for the students during the summer, they get the funds through the EDP card instead of actual food. How does that work with the USDA and the Department of Agriculture? From the school lunch perspective,
1 minute.
Are those funds reimbursable?
Senator, I'll allow Ms. Belinda Sanderson to respond.
Belinda Sanderson, the Director of Special Nutrition. The summer EBT funds are different from the regular summer program. The summer EBT funds is going to work like how the PEBT funds work. So the funds are going to be put on a card. The IDE is actually in
30 seconds.
Conjunction with DHS.
So my point is, we're going to get those funds reimbursed still?
It's not reimbursable. It's just going to be, it's the dollar amount that's going to be placed on each child's card that's enrolled in the public schools.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that information. And finally, before my time is up, let me ask in respect to the district level IDEA, folks with disabilities for both districts. What about those?
Time.
There's $3.2 million H3592. What's going on with those funds? How much has been expended? Are we utilizing those funds for those individuals with disabilities? Because, it's very important that we deal with those individuals in St. Thomas and St. Croix district. Can you speak to that, please?
Senator Blyden. Keisha Culpepper Smith. I just reviewed the report and noticed that the dates are incorrect. That grant is also expiring
In
9/30/25. Yes.
Okay, you know what? With that being said, then I ask that we really pay attention to this federal fund because it's a lot of money, and we have used for every penny of it. So we need to assure that we utilize those funds by any means necessary. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
So if, Senator Gregory, Senator Blyden, your concerns are our concerns as well. And this body should have received a copy of the ARPA spending plans. I forwarded that information to Senator James, which would give you a better perspective of where those monies are, especially for the ARPA. That's the largest fund on the table, and what the plans are and where they are. These are weekly submissions that are given by the districts, and we are monitoring those as well.
Thank you for your responses. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Senator Maurice James, the chair of the Education and Workforce Development Committee. I'm certain that she heard your response, so if we have not received those amounts, those reports, we hopefully will get them in our mailboxes today, because they are very important to this process as well. All right. Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Okay, I'm not seeing, he may have fell off the teams. So we're going to go to Senator, before we do that, let me just ask the acting superintendent to please put your name and title on the record for St. Croix District. Please recognize the mic of Senator James's seat.
Good morning, Dr. Carla Bastian Knight, Acting Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Back to the USW school monitors. How many school monitors receive wage increases? And how many EAA members receive? Are there any retro anything owed to them?
No retro is owed to them. I will have Ms. Jacobs respond in the quantity of employees that receive.
Okay. And if you have the numbers, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so I could keep going.
Nicole Jacobs. So we have a total of 104 monitors, and we have a total of 116 administrators territorial-wide.
116? Okay,
Correct.
cool. I was looking at your personal and fringe. Your fringe is really high. When I heard you say that there was a reduction in FICA and different things, I'm calculating your fringe at about 49%. Is the calculation that's in the post-audited report on page 4 of 75, 51,735,067 for fringe. That's what you have for 25?
Mr. Smith, can you respond?
Good morning, Senator Kimo Smith, Budget Director. Yes, Senator, the fringe percentage is calculated at 49%.
Oh, the fringe is 49%, even with FICA and all of that, as the Commissioner mentioned, going down. So is it that high?
When you look at the fringe versus the total amount of personnel.
Right.
Correct.
Oh, okay. So your personal, what is your present personal and fringe now at the start of the fourth quarter that you have for 24 budget? What's your personal and fringe?
The budgeted amount, or you want actual
your allotment that you had, the expenditures that you have so far.
expenditures?
Correct. For 24 budget.
One moment, sir.
Okay, personal and fringe.
Yeah.
Commissioner, also the outstanding obligations, you have 2 outstanding obligations in the post-auditor report. From the prior post-auditor report of 24, they had 213 outstanding obligations. Is 2 accurate?
What page are you on, Senator?
Let me see. I mix up the outstanding obligations. I have the wrong page for 25. This I think is after federal grant. Okay, it is page 8 of 75. You have 2 vendors outstanding at $230,275. But from the 24 post-audit report, which you don't have, you had 213 outstanding obligations at $716,346. So what is your total amount of outstanding obligations currently?
Senator, we're going to have to get back to you on that. I need to go through the post-audit report.
Okay, sure. Okay, I thought you had from before. Okay.
Excuse me, Senator.
Sure, go ahead.
Have that information.
Okay, good.
Okay. So personnel and fringe on this actual expenditures as of June 30th.
Correct.
$73,789,304.90 for personnel. And that is 68% of the appropriation amount. And then for fringe benefits, $36,492,629.62. And that also
1 minute.
that represents 68% of the fringe as well.
Okay.
So those are actual expenditures as of June 30th.
As of June 30th.
So, Senator, if I may, I see where you are referencing the outstanding vendor payments of school lunch for the credit carrier services, which includes the demurrage charges. Is that correct, Ms. Sanderson? Those are outstanding vendor payments
30
that we are
seconds.
currently working to rectify. We probably will have to revisit the body because the first payment's from 2019, right?
So your current total right now?
Right, that's right about accurate.
230?
Yeah, yes. It may be a little bit, it's correct? Okay, it's correct, Senator. And one of the things that we continue to struggle with is
time,
not storage, proper storage for food and for our supplies. And so Ms. Anderson and the rest of the team have been working on possible solutions to those problems, to include bringing in more of those refrigerated containers and storage containers so that we could use them in the interim.
Okay. And just in closing, Madam Chair, in regards to, I see from the budget stabilization amount, you have 0 for 25 budget. 24 budget had, I think, 136 recommended. What is the total amount in your budget stabilization? I guess, I don't want to say fund. Is it a fund? It is a fund?
Yes, federal funding, Ms. Culpepper-Smith.
Okay, budget stabilization fund. What's your total amount now?
Senator, can you give me the page that you're looking at?
Like I say, it's a mix-up. I mix up my pages, but there is a section that I've seen in the 24 and 25 budget. It's 0 for 25 budget, but it had 136 for 24.
Keisha Culpepper-Smith, Federal Grants Director. You're referencing the American Rescue Plan. That grant is expiring. That was a temporary grant. So that expires September 30th of this year.
September 30th, 24?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So, based on your response with regards to your spend thus far under your personal and associated fringe benefits, what are you projecting that you will have, if any, savings if you were to receive the full complement of your personnel and fringe allotments for FY24? Because you seem to have about a 15% leeway in there. I might be off, but that's what I'm gathering from this. 2 minus 25.
Senator, morning. Chemo Smith. So
10%, actually.
Yeah, so the projection would provide a cost savings of $6,925,367.16 in personnel and $3,821,124.98 in fringe.
So let me ask you, of your how many positions have you filled in FY 2024, and how many current vacant positions do you have?
In terms of numbers or dollars? Numbers?
Numbers.
Ms. Jacobs?
Senate, morning. Senator,
Put your name on the record again.
Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources. To date, we have filled, as of May 31st, we have filled 218 positions. Thus far for vacancies, what was the number we had here? I will get back to you, Senator, as it pertains to the actual vacancies.
Okay, we need to get a number, please. Twice, we need it twice. We need two ways: the amount of vacancies and the dollar amount. Okay? I don't know if Senator James is back on the... Senator Javon James Sr.? Okay, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and pleasant good morning to all the listening audience and my colleagues and the distinguished panel of testifiers here from the Virgin Islands Department of Education. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings. Commissioner, this is a gigantic department, hundreds of millions of dollars that you're managing. I looked here on Appendix 6, page 74 and 75. I count you have 57 bank accounts. Is that correct? How many bank accounts do you have?
Mr. Smith?
Good morning, Chemo Smith, Budget Director. Senator, give me a moment to get that answer for you, please.
Okay. Also, Charlene Foy, the Financial Control Officer. What is the relation? One supervise the other, or they're two different? How does it go?
So the budget director has oversight over the entire unit, and Ms. Foy works under the unit.
Okay. So while you're looking for that information, Ms. Foy or Mr. Smith, the principals, the schools are allotted a specific amount, and then they expend. What is the accounting procedure there? Tell me how much they allotted and how do you account for the money?
So schools are allotted the initiative funds, which is based on their enrollment. That is given through the casino funds. And then they have a general fund account. And that fund includes any school activities, fundraisers, clubs. That money would go into the general fund that principals would then use for activities within their campuses. Okay. In addition to that, Senator, next year, schools will receive designated funding based on enrollment from the federal funds of the consolidated grant application, which is tied to the school improvement plans, so that they can put forth the initiatives that they have in place for improvement of student outcomes.
Okay. You find out how many accounts you have? How many accounts do you have?
Mr. Smith?
Okay, I want to go on because it seems like there's a problem finding out how much accounts you have. But anyway, I want to go to the Emergency Food Assistance Program. What is that grant amount?
Can you repeat that, Senator?
The Emergency Food Assistance Program. And I also want to get the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program. What are those amounts? And then I also need to know if the school lunch program, how much is purchase of that 2 million on page 15, the 2,791,181,000. How much of that goes to local farmers? You got it?
Ms. Anderson, can you respond?
Belinda Sanderson, could you tell me the two grants again that you asked about first?
Okay. Okay, through the chair, can you provide me the funding amount for the Emergency Food Assistance Program and also the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program? You can do that through the chair. I don't need you to answer because I got some more questions. Okay, so I want to go here to the amount to obligated. The vice president of this institution mentioned that on page 17, the American Rescue Plan, figure 3, page 17, figure 3. The amount to obligate was $69,603,495, and the budget is $138,158,430. My specific question on this here is I want to know how much needs to be obligated by September deadline that is not obligated. Do you have that amount? Do you have that number?
Ms. Culpepper-Smith?
Keisha Culpepper-Smith, Federal Grants Director. As of June
30 seconds.
As of June 24th, we have a balance of $69,603,495.76.
Okay, so that's from page 17, figure 3. So I'm not sure I understand you. So you're saying, Madam Chair, can I finish my question? Okay, so you're saying the $69,603,495 is the amount left to obligated that you have not obligated. When do you plan to obligate those? I'm talking about the funds that are due to be obligated by September.
That is correct. And let me just say, Senator, that a portion of that also includes the personnel and indirect costs, and that is set to expire September 30th, and we are working to get those funds obligated by August 31st.
Okay. Real quickly, Madam Chair, in the other services, page 8, if you look on page 8, the 24 funding was $3,368,000, and now you said the cost was $8,127,14. So you were basically extremely underfunded in that area. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, Senator, some of those other services costs was put onto the federal budget and now has to be transferred back to the local budget.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So a couple of things. You're going to start with the ARPA dollars. How much of the $69 million is associated with personnel?
Keisha Culpepper-Smith, Federal Grants Director. $11.2 million, Senator.
So that leaves you personal and fringe.
Yes, that includes personnel and fringe.
So that's, you still have,
The indirect cost is 4.7, so 53.6 million is the figure.
53.6?
Yes.
So the personnel is personnel that you're paying now?
Yes.
So the entire 11.1?
11.2.
2 will be drawn by September 30th because you have personnel on board?
No, it won't be drawn. Remember, we'll have some left back because we're behind. But
I don't
by the
understand.
liquidation,
I
yes.
can't remember. Tell me, I don't understand that. So you have $11.2 million, personnel and associated fringe benefits included.
Yes.
And there is there $11.2 million worth of personnel to be paid by September 30th?
Yes.
Okay, so you said no earlier, so what did I miss?
Only because you won't see a zero balance on September 30th.
Oh, absolutely, because
Right.
you have a October
Right,
payment.
right.
I get that.
Yes.
But this 11.2 will be spent
Yes,
by
Senator.
the first pay period. Let me, because we play now was, but the first pay period in October.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. Now that leaves you with some 53.4,
Million, yes.
$53.6 million, correct?
Yes.
And what is that $53.6 million? What does that represent?
So right now we have things like electrical upgrades, generators, fencing, the ELA adoption, deep cleaning. And
Wait,
this is-
hold tight. Electrical upgrades.
Generators,
Deep cleaning.
deep cleaning.
Stay right there. So the deep cleaning is associated with the summer cleaning of the classroom.
Yes.
So you have contracts for that?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
So you have contracts. You have contracts for the electrical upgrades.
They're still
You have
going,
to answer in the mic. So whomever is going to respond.
Ms. Joseph?
Recognize the mic. My mic. The mic at Senator Fred Gregory's seat. Go ahead.
Sheila Joseph, Director of Procurement. We have contracts, executed contracts for electrical upgrades at various schools in the St. Thomas and St. John district. Generator installation, purchase and installation in St. Thomas and St. John. Janitorial contracts exist for the St. Croix district. The St. Thomas district, just need to be encumbered.
Okay. What else?
Do we have others? What else?
Put your name on the record and let's go.
Keisha Culpepper Smith, Federal Grants Director. Security Counseling Services.
Well, security is your current security services, so
Yes.
those payments will be made.
Those payments will be made.
Okay, go ahead.
Parental training, furniture.
Your parental training contract, that's what, Parent University?
No.
Is that contract signed?
No.
Is
Parental training, I'll need more specific, Senator. There are a number of contracts, some of them on the smaller level. I'm not sure. The
Okay.
districts will need to respond on that one, please.
Okay. Districts? St. Thomas, St. Croix, you may start. Recognize the mic of Senator Javon James. Go ahead. Put your name on the record when you start. Recognize the mic of Senator James. Try again.
Carla Bastian Knight, Acting Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District. We have security for the district. We have training, professional development, all categories and staff. We have generators. We have the same behavioral counseling, parent services in place. We have our large capital projects. We have maintenance of schools. Senator, if you are able to get a hold of the spending plan that was sent to Senator James, that gives a clear outline and the amounts budgeted for those items, and they give also the explanation. If you need, I could just re-forward it to somebody on your team.
You'll
And
send
you
it
can
to
have-
J. Russell at LAGVI.
I'll send it to you now, but that gives you a clean outline of all the projects listed for the money that we've been awarded for the St. Croix district for ARP.
Similarly so for St. Thomas? St. John? Put your name on the record. Please recognize the mic of Senator Milton Potter. You go ahead.
Dr. Jurgen, Insular Superintendent, St. Thomas, St. John District. Similarly, Senator, we do have a spending plan that outlines all of the expenditures, the expenses for under ARP and the various categories of the federal funds.
Okay, so the bigger question is, so you have 90 days to liquidate those funds? So will you be able to encumber those contracts by September 30th of 2024? That's the big question. Are you going to obligate $53.6 million by September 30th, 2024?
Yes, Senator Fred Gregory.
I think I see the chair of the Education Committee with a point of information. Give me 1 second, Madam Chair. And these contracts will be obligated by 9/30, and the projection is that they will be expended by December 31st of 2024?
Yes, Senator Gregory.
So
Gregory.
Are they inclusive of any orders that have to come from the states? Because that is usually a challenge. So what are those items that you're ordering? I guess the districts, I don't know who. Mic of the testifier, my seat.
Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. There are orders inclusive of laptops, computers, and security backpacks, totaling approximately $4 to $5 million. Those contracts are being routed for execution. I do anticipate receipt and obligation before September 30th. A larger number tied to the electrical upgrades. They are service-related contracts, most of which have been executed and distributed, just awaiting encumbrance in our system, and a handful remaining for execution through the GVI Department of Property and Procurement.
So let me ask, I understand the contracts associated with the electrical, et cetera. How long do we have the ARPA dollars? These dollars that we're talking about?
Keisha Culpepper-Smith, Federal Grants Director. We received those funds in 2021.
Okay, so we are now in what, 2024? Why did it take us so long to order the laptops? What is the issue with ordering items outside of the territory? And I ask the question because what happens is, once those items are ordered late, we are a small fish in a big pond, and if we have other school districts that's making those orders, then they push the Virgin Islands back, and then we lose the federal dollars. We have to get on a rhythm. What's the issue with ordering those items in a timely fashion?
So, Senator, I really feel that the amount of federal funds that the department received was way above what they were used to. And if I may be honest, it was a lot. And they started to procure services based on the grant expiration dates, beginning with CARES 1 first, CARES 2, and then they went to ARPA late. So right now, it really requires all of us to have all hands on deck. And we have been doing that, and procurement inside and out has been spitting out the contracts, and we have been in conversations with the third party as well, because everything has to have a PO. And so all hands are on deck, and we are really pushing to get that ARPA money spent. We're not concerned about consolidated grant. I am not. That will be expended.
You're speaking specifically about the computer orders, though, and whatever other
So one of the issues that we had with the computers was a holdup because of the computers that were purchased through the COVID funding before that were never returned, And historically, the department would be responsible for procuring or reimbursing the federal program. And so we had a pushback or stall with the third party in regards to ordering equipment. We were able to resolve that, and so now we can purchase additional technology.
How were you able to resolve it?
So what we did, I don't know, Dr. Tirad, you can comment with fixed assets. We had to do our fixed assets inventory. Each school had to log the missing assets and complete all the necessary paperwork, which was not done before.
All right, Senator James. Oh, you have something, go ahead.
Dr. Melendez Tirado, Acting Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal. So to add to what the Commissioner said, we did ensure that all principals completed the police reports that were required for all those missing assets to ensure that we met the SOP tied to those fixed assets. And we were able to provide that information to the third-party fiduciary, who then approved us to proceed with the purchase.
So the items were stolen?
In some cases, some were stolen, and in other cases, they were just totally damaged, and in other cases, they were just never returned. So where the police reports were applicable, we did the police reports.
So those that were never returned, what's the Department of Education's policy around issuing equipment to the students and the equipments are not returned? The equipment are not
So
returned.
if equipment is not returned, it's the responsibility of the parent to reimburse the Department of Education.
And how is that working?
Not well, Senator.
All right. Okay, I have to go to Senator James. She did ask for a point of information. So Senator James, I recognize your point of information.
Good morning. Good morning. And thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to confirm that my office did in fact receive the spending plan on June 27th, which was Thursday last week. However, because of the size of the file, we attempted to send it to all senators but could not. And this morning, my staff was working with MIS, and they were finally able to get it where they were able to forward it. So all the senators should be receiving, or should have already received, the ARPA spending plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Ms. Joseph, do you have the information we requested earlier?
Nicole Jacobs.
I'm sorry, Ms. Jacobs. I'm sorry.
So in the St. Thomas St. John district, we have a total of 66 vacancies. Of that, number 8 are federal, for a total of $3,966,371.65. In the St.
Slow down. 66 vacancies in St. Thomas St. John?
Yes.
And that totals how much?
$966,371.65. In the St. Croix district, we had a total of 78 vacancies, totaling $4,445,830.65.
And how many positions were vacated in this fiscal year?
A total of 77.
77 territory-wide?
Yes.
Are they, and the majority of them were they teaching positions?
Support staff.
Okay. Very quickly, we had the Division of Personnel here, I think last Friday, and how do you conduct your exit interviews? Why would you have 77 individuals leaving the Department of Education? Are they retirees, or are they just folks transitioning
away and to other agencies?
And what is the basic, or what is the messaging around why they're leaving the department?
So when it comes to the support staff, lack of support management. So what we have actually did, we had actually sent out a survey to engage the employees, a satisfaction survey, with the attempts for the upcoming school year to see how we can support those managerial staff in terms of retention efforts. So we're also looking into different types of training based on the responses of that survey.
Okay, wow. That is extremely concerning. Senator Novalee Francis Jr., recognize your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone. Real quickly, I know that Ms. Joseph had walked off, but I wanted to get an explanation of the process for purchase orders from beginning to end to get a sense of what's happening in that space. I'm kind of sensing that there's some delay in that process somewhere along the line, maybe not on your end, but I keep hearing about this long-winded, protracted, drawn-out period of getting purchase orders completed. So I wanted for us to get a sense of what is your process. You're outside of property and procurement, correct? You do everything in-house?
If it's over 250,000, it goes to property and procurement.
And within 250,000, you were able to process in-house. Do you have to go to a third party with that as well?
Yes, Senator, if it's federal funding.
So I'd love to get an explanation of what's the procurement process, so that we could get an understanding of what's happening there.
We'll await her return, but we didn't realize that she left the well. You usually have to get permission to leave the well. Okay, we'll wait her return, and we're going to go to the next. You can respond, Mrs. Smith.
And Senator, I had a response to something that we were discussing earlier with ARPA.
1 second.
Okay.
So we will wait for her return. Okay. I believe before I allow you to respond, I believe Dr. Bastian Knight wanted to respond to something we were saying earlier. We were talking about. You may proceed.
Bastian Knight, Acting Insular Superintendent. Just to add to what the Commissioner mentioned about the laptops and holding the parents responsible for the damaged devices, while the schools attempt and try their best to hold the parents responsible, we're also still obligated to provide that child with that instructional resource. So at times we have parents that currently owe the schools for like 3 laptops because they have went through 3 laptops and have damaged 3 laptops. So that one parent is now paying back a plan for 3 laptops. So we try our best. However, the parents are aware of the fact that we have to continue providing the instructional resources for those children. So it adds up across the districts. They come back damaged, they come back in pieces. I have 2 bins in my office with just over 200 broken devices right now that I can do absolutely nothing with. And no parent has begun their installment payments on those devices. So at some point, we'll have to call them a waste because they're not going to pay. They don't have the means or the resources to pay. So what do? We have to continue providing instruction and learning for that child. And that adds up to $2-something million worth of damaged devices, by the way.
So, Commissioner, is there any conversation on the federal level where those laptops could be given to those students without an obligation to return them?
We did have an opportunity through the emergency connectivity grant funding to do that for students who are enrolled in the system in 2019, but outside of that, Senator, we have not had the conversations.
All right. Ms. Joseph, I'm going to allow, again, Mr. President, you recognize again for your point of information. Ms. Joseph is back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Joseph, I was inquiring about the procurement process. If you could give a quick explanation from beginning to end, what's involved in that process?
Sure. The department has oversight to authority to expend federal and local dollars upwards of $250,000. Anything in excess of or budgeted in excess of $250,000, the projects or the scope of work and the IFBs or RFPs and IFBs are prepared by the VI Department of Education and routed to the Department of Property and Procurement for solicitation. There, the evaluation committee will make an award or recommendation for award, and the recommendation will be approved by the Commissioner of Property and Procurement. For projects that are budgeted under $250,000, those solicitations are prepared by the district and are either routed or sent out to potential bidders by the district or through the Division of Procurement. The process remains or is similar. An evaluation committee will meet if it is solicited via an RFP. If we are simply selecting the purchase of goods, then the lowest vendor will be selected. All contracts in excess of $50,000 will be drafted by the Division of Procurement, drafted, reviewed by the programs or the districts, reviewed by VIDE's legal counsel, and subsequently sent to the Commissioner of Education for execution. And this follows the similar path for projects executed by VIDE as well as projects executed through the Department of Property and Procurement, GVI.
And can you indicate where is the bottleneck and what's the length of time during that process?
Through the entire solicitation process, I do believe it is more so during evaluation and award. Reason being, the bottlenecks occur when some of the projects are, or the bids exceed the VIDE's budget and requires us to re-solicit the project for any amount of time. I can honestly say that we have had projects that were solicited 2 times, 3 times, all are waiting for the most responsive or responsible bidder to give us the best cost, give us the best service that we are requesting.
Thank you for your response. Let me take this opportunity to recognize committee member Senator Samuel Carrion. Good morning, Senator Carrion. Please mark Senator Carrion as present, as well as non-committee member Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Thank you for being here. I believe I'm now seeing Senator James. But before we go to, I'll go back to Senator Javon James. So Senator James, you'll be next. But before we go to Senator James, let me ask. So we received the federal funding based on our application, based on what we say that we need the funds for. We know that we are challenged with orders outside of the territory, meaning you order something, you may order 10, you get 5. Right? We know this. So what prevents us from having those district, state, whatever level meetings to look at all of the buckets of our grants and identifying those particular categories of our grants where we have to order things and begin to order them? And the reason why I say that is because while you're doing first in, first out, it takes so long to do first in, first out because of what Ms. Joseph said, because you have solicitation, maybe you come in higher, there's a lot of different challenges. So it still sets you back. So while you're still on that one grant, this other grant is catching up on you. And then you find yourself in a situation where you're right on the heels of the expiration of another grant that you weren't so focused on. So the items that are goods, there needs to be a process in place where you look at those goods as a team and say, look, we're going to push out these orders for these goods. Because the way we're doing it definitely ain't working for us. So we've been at this for a while. So we know that that's not working. So that's my recommendation, that that's something you probably should really consider, looking at all of the buckets of your grants and, dealing with it from that perspective, instead of saying this one ain't available. This one is the first one out. We gotta look at all of them together. Okay, that's my recommendation. Senator James Senior, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings, Alan. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to, of course, Department of Education. On page 44 of the post-audit report, speaks to 5 vacancies for program managers, 4 vacancies for program assistants, and 2 vacancies for data quality manager. Are these new vacancies due to individuals leaving prior to summer starting, or it has been vacant for a while? Somebody can just elaborate on each: program managers, program assistants, and data quality manager.
Senator, Ms. Jacobs will respond.
Good morning, Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources. Those positions have been open for quite some time, and we continue to recruit for those programs.
How is it affecting your operations?
Like any vacancy, it does make an impact, but we, as we continue to recruit and post those positions, Senator, each program manager fills in for those gaps.
All right, so on page 43, we also have 2 vacancies for special education teacher, 1 vacancy for special director special education, and another vacancy for special education supervisor transit. Can you expound on that and let us know what you're doing specifically for that area when it comes to special education?
So, Senator, what the districts have had to do, just like any other vacancy, is double up on their positions. I know that in cases where teachers are absent, you would have the sped paras or maybe 2 sped paras assigned to cover those particular classrooms with vacancies. I do not know if the superintendents would like to elaborate on how they make it work, but historically, that is what has to be done with any type of vacancy.
Respectfully, I just want to hear more on the side from the state directors of special education and the special education supervisor transit.
Okay.
So one is a director and one is a supervisor, so that's a leadership position.
Dr. Charleswell?
Good morning, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. So one of the positions that you indicated, Senator, I think that position is currently filled, which is the supervisor position. The vocational supervisor, that individual was reassigned to another position, and we are currently getting ready to interview. We don't have much applicants that qualify because this position actually falls under the EAA, and you must be certified to interview for that position.
Okay, and back to the program managers and the program assistants. Can somebody break down those vacancies by districts?
We would have to get back to you, Senator.
All right, please do. And on page 39, I saw a vacancy for principal. Can you let us know which school is that? And what are you doing to get that rectified?
Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources. So our vacancy is actually at Julia Sprouse School, and we are scheduled to have interviews conducted at the end of this week.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And school monitors.
1 minute.
4 vacancies for school monitors. I'm hoping and praying that can be filled. But as we speak about vacancies for school monitors, without going into details, we saw what transpired in a school on St. Croix. What is the department doing to make sure that they have some level of training or budget, something to send them away, do something? I know recently we had, I think with VIPD, some training for the monitors, but is that going to be continuous?
30 seconds.
And will it be funded by the or funded by other department or agency when it comes to training our school monitors?
So great question, Senator. We really have beefed up our training of our school monitors. We just completed a retreat.
Speak about the funding.
The funding is
Speak about funding.
the funding comes from our local coffers, whether casino funds or indirect funds, Senator. but training is continuous, and we do have a partnership with the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Time.
Okay, just want to focus on the funding as we speak about a budget. Madam Chair, if I can just ask one last question.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. The VA Education Initiative Fund, quickly, you know, I always have to speak about Act 8434 that speaks to the CTEC schools, the Raphael Whitley Skills Center, and the one on St. Croix, the St. Croix Educational Complex Vocational School. Act 8434 was passed by this body to help with supplies and materials for our young men and women who are learning a trade. What is the status of that funding, and has it been put into use?
I will allow Mr. Smith to respond.
Good morning, Senator. Kimo Smith, Budget Director. Senator, we are currently working with the Department of Finance to be able to get an accurate balance on what is available for that act to the Virgin Islands Department of Education so that we could utilize those funds.
Madam Chair, thank you for the time. That act was passed in my first term. I'm now in my third term. And I hope and pray that when January 2025 comes, I can get some update saying that that fund has been used. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Specifically, what fund is it, Mr. Smith?
That's the funding from the gun permits, licenses.
And you said that you've been so the department has not been able to utilize any of those funds to date?
Correct, Senator. We have not been able to utilize those funds to date.
So they have not provided you with a fund balance?
That is correct, Senator.
Yeah. Okay. How have you been communicating with the Department of Finance on this? Through correspondence or just through phone
correspondence? We're on the phone with them.
Okay.
We've had calls, joint calls with Finance and VI PD as well, as we've been told that the funding actually originates from the police department. And so...
well, we have to look. You have to look at the legislation to see if that's quite accurate.
Okay.
I'll look at it before we're done today. Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone, and of course, good morning to Team DOE, and thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Of course, as been indicated by all of my colleagues, we're very concerned about the ARPA funding and our inability to expend that, and I'm hoping that we make every effort to try to make sure that we're able to expend as much as possible before September 24th. I think is most critical, and we'll be doing a disservice to this community and our students if we have to send back any of that money or any large portion of that money. I wanted to ask you, in terms of the decrease in your budget, what do you see as being impacted the most during this budget cycle?
Right now, Senator, the most impactful areas that we have are in our supplies and in our miscellaneous services. What we did is to ensure that we cover personnel, fringe, and those mandatory areas first, with the hopes, if not to receive any additional local funding, we would be able to reappropriate indirect or casino funds to cover those gaps.
So you already have a plan just to backfill, whatever that void is. Good. So I'm very concerned about this looming personnel crisis that you're about to have with the attrition of about 132 people. I did an assessment when I was former commissioner of police, and when I came in here, I tried to move legislation that spoke to recruitment and retention and really offering some type of a bonus or some mechanism by which we're able to attract and keep some of our career employees at hand. I see this as a very, very critical situation. I just wanted to ask, what is the innovation, creativity being deployed to try to address this? Because I see this as a looming crisis.
Senator, your concern is our concern as well. One of the things that I've mentioned to both superintendents is the fact that even in the exit interviews, the fact that individuals are indicating that they lack support is concerning. Support comes from the administrators within a school building. Administrators are then supported by the district. So our efforts this upcoming year is really to get into our schools, our classrooms, and give our people the support. Through the school improvement process, they have a little autonomy to decide on the resources and the different programs that may be unique to their school that they would want to implement. And so we're giving them some more control, but that support is definitely an issue for me. And our superintendents know the mandate has already been given. We got to get in the buildings.
Okay. Good. I'll tell you that even if we're able to fill all of those positions tomorrow, we're at a disadvantage because we have lost a tremendous amount of experience moving forward. So I wanted to move on from there. In respect to your $5 million that's designated for the single payers utility, is there any reconciliation being made, any true-up to determine that in fact $5 million is adequate, or you spend less than that, more than that? What is being done in that area? I would imagine it's more, yes.
Senator, excellent question. We actually looked at our actuals the other day, and it's actually more than the 5 million. And so, you know, one of the things that I did mention to the fiscal team was sharing our WAPA bills with the building administrators. We have schools that don't turn off lights and air conditioners, and you know, so we have to do our due diligence as well to educate our people and ensure that we have those energy saving resources within our buildings.
Okay, real quickly, and that's exactly what I thought about, and I wanted to know what alternative energy, similar to what was done at Complex, is there an opportunity with the VI Energy Office to have similar projects put in place?
So they actually are writing a grant to do a similar project in the St. Thomas, St. John district as well. And, you know, with that program,
30
you know,
seconds.
we're able to save on some of the electrical costs at Complex. So it does work. It's just a matter of us doing it territory-wide.
Okay, real quickly, before my time expired, when I look at the listing on our post audit and look at these salaries, our custodial workers, our food service workers, and our cooks, it's pitiful, painful. These people are going home with scraps. What is being done to address that particular situation? And I know those are contractual agreements, Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up there. I know those are contractual agreements, but I mean, you know, this is $27,000 in this day and age. My gosh.
And your concerns are ours as well. And one of the things in speaking, and maintenance is included in that, by the way, is encouraging them to go to the union people. You got to get to the table and make the recommendation. Since I've sat in the seat, I have not met with those collective bargaining units as yet. But those are things that we need to put on the table because the salaries are just not where they need to be. So we will continue our efforts to dialogue with them as well, because we do agree that increases are needed in those areas.
Okay, and conversely, I'll wrap up right here. Conversely, I'm also seeing where your school principal, and of course they deserve every penny they receive. When you look at your superintendents and those other individuals, I don't see where any principal would aspire to be a superintendent moving forward. When you look at the salary there, I mean, they have the ability to make a lot more money than your superintendent. So what's happening in that?
So thank you for that. I did budget for increases for the leadership team in the upcoming budget. We definitely need to make the salaries comparable. Otherwise, you will not be able to attract anyone to come out of being in a union to be a superintendent. So we are currently working on that, Senator.
Thank you very much. My time has been called. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and leniency.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So in your FY25 budget recommendation that came down to the legislature, there is some $3.8 million less than the previous fiscal year, not inclusive of the 318,000. So that's about 3.7. is almost $4 million. How does that impact the department, this almost $4 million reduction?
Well, it impacts us in our funded vacancies. But one of the things that I mentioned, Senator, that we've done is some right sizing and making sure that not because a position was there before, is there really a need for it? So we've been having those conversations with schools, and we'll continue to do that, but it does impact the overall operations in some areas, and those are just things that we're doing in the interim.
So then let me ask you, how does that impact your maintenance of effort? Are your budget levels on an annual basis, and that's associated, just for the public, that's part of your responsibility with the federal government, that you maintain a certain level of budget year on year. So how does that impact your maintenance of effort?
I'll allow Mr. Smith to respond.
Kemo Smith, Budget Director. So, Senator, as it relates to the maintenance of effort, we had to request a waiver through U.S. Department of Education because we did not meet the maintenance of effort for this current fiscal year as it relates to our ARPA dollars. And so we have not received notification as to whether that waiver has been approved. But with the ARPA dollars...
What do you mean as it relates to your ARPA dollars?
ARPA has a maintenance of effort requirement as well.
I don't understand.
ARPA has a requirement that requires the funding level on the general fund to remain at a certain level.
Okay, so is it now that ARPA is the only grant that you receive that requires maintenance of effort, or is it across your special education and all of those other grants?
So special education as well has a maintenance of effort requirement.
So then, how does this impact? So you wrote a letter. I think we had this conversation before. So you wrote a request for a waiver. No response? How long?
No, well, it's been probably about 3 or 4 months, I would say approximately. No, and we have not received to date whether that...
But I have to go to the next Senator, but where my confusion is so your 24, and I can't remember, so pardon me. So your 24 budget was less than your 23?
Well, Senator, with the ARP grants, it's not just the appropriation amount, it's the amount, the level of expenditures towards education.
Okay, so it's your ability to spend your local money.
And then they also look at the percentage being spent for education versus the percentage being spent government-wide.
I see. Government-wide.
Virgin Islands government.
Right, but government-wide.
Local general funding.
Government-wide for matters associated, like Department of Labor, Human Services, like that, or just government-wide?
Government-wide. So the percentage of money being spent on education had to remain at a certain level in relation to what is being spent in the government.
I see. Okay. We could talk about it offline so I can understand that a little better. I thought it was tied to if like Human Services provides like off-island care for our special education type students, as well as the Department of Labor provides apprenticeship type programs. So it's more than that funding. Yes? All right. Okay. Senator James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good. Thank you. Good morning, thank you, Madam Chair. I had said this before, and I will say it again this morning after listening to the dialogue. Water everywhere and not a drop to drink. We're supposed to be benefiting from the federal funds, and yet we somehow can't partake of it, get it to where we can use it. And it's especially concerning when in the commissioner's testimony, she talks about the concern of not of having to move from ARPA funds to local funds. So I'm going to start by actually trying to find. I'll start with some short answer questions. When it comes to the 33 teachers that were selected, where did they come from? How many came from a local pool, and how many came from national or international pool? Can you tell me the numbers?
I'll get Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources. I'll get you that breakdown, but we do have a combination of both.
Through the chair, I'd like to get the breakdown of where they're from, and to follow up on that, when I noticed that it stated that recruitment was done where the department has participated in local job fairs, do you actually participate in any national job fairs?
No, Senator, we do not actually go out to national job fairs. Of course, that requires funding.
But the return from the funding may actually benefit our students so overall. So I'm hoping that in the future, there is a way for us to participate in national fairs, because I think that that would help. On page 9 of your testimony, Commissioner, you addressed or stated that the STEM Summer Program for FY 2024 is $60,000. Is that being spent territory-wide? Because STEM is very important, and is that 60,000 here, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John?
That's territory-wide, Senator, but just note that that's the local portion, and there's STEM-related activities tied to the federal funds as well.
Okay, if you recall, when you testified at my hearing on June 17th, I touched a little bit on the EDA funds. Have you been able to identify what the status of those funds are in terms of the Department of Education utilizing the funds going forward?
We're working with EDA as we speak to get copies of those agreements and do our crosswalk. We do have beneficiaries that contribute directly to schools and to the district, so we want to make sure that we understand what their contributions are and hold them to that. So we're working on it. We have a meeting scheduled, I want to say this week, if not this week, might be next week, Senator, for us to start that process.
Does when you say directly to schools, does that include private and parochial schools?
I am covering the donations, tracking the donations to the public schools.
Oh, okay, great. And on page 7, you talked about mitigating the supply costs by you reallocated some supply costs to American Rescue Plan Act funding. And then that's where you talked about the continuing concern for us when it comes to
30
sufficient
seconds.
supplies. Is there not a way for you to utilize more of the ARPA funding for the supply costs? Because the reduction is great, and I'm just wondering what suffered as a result of that decrease of $792,897. So can you address that for me? My time is running out.
So, Senator, yes, written within the districts, into the district's plan for the encumbrance of those funds does include some supplies. Once that funding is no longer available, that's where we tap into local. And part of the issue that I'm having and figuring out with the fiscal team is how to support the districts, because the districts are actually supporting the schools. So we need to make sure, for example, our production room is fully equipped so that our teachers can laminate and make the resources that they need for their classrooms. Those types of things are what I'm referencing, that once we receive our indirect funds, for example, we're able to distribute to the districts accordingly to help them to support the schools. That's just an example.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Fonseca, you recognize your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, on page 13, the last paragraph, you say here in the middle of that paragraph, by partnering with local farmers, we now offer locally sourced fresh fruits and vegetables. Can you provide, through the chair, the list of the names of local farmers and the total amount of funds spent on local farmers? Also, earlier I had asked about a listing of all the bank accounts. Do you have the listing of the bank accounts?
Yes, Senator. So the total count.
We have a new stenographer, so put your name on the record.
Oh, sorry. Kimo Smith, Budget Director. So, Senator, we have a total of 60 bank accounts. We have 27 in the St. Croix District, 32 in the St. Thomas District, and we have one bank account in the state level at the fiscal office. The schools have two accounts. They have their school initiative account, and they have a general fund account.
And who is responsible for bank reconciliation, you or someone else?
The accountants. We have accountants on team and staff, and the accountants prepare reconciliations for the bank accounts.
Okay, and through the chair, the list of the local farmers that you purchase fruits and vegetables. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
All right, thank you. Commissioner, earlier you talked about the consolidated funds and the fact that your consolidated application, with consolidated funding, I wrote it down here, will now be pushed out to schools to support student outcomes. Correct? That's a correct
Right.
Okay,
Right,
so,
Senator.
and that's for what consolidated fund? What year funding?
24, FY 24.
And when do those funds expire?
Ms. Culpepper-Smith?
Keisha Culpepper-Smith, Federal Grants Director. Those funds will expire September 30th of 2026.
Okay, and the previous, do you have consolidated funds expiring in 2024? 9/30/24?
Yes, we do.
And what does the spending on those funds look like? What's the success? What's the balance? Are those funds going to be spent, etc.?
Yes. Our 2021 consolidated grant has a balance of $841,000.
Mm-hmm.
And our 22 has a balance of 4.8 million.
Mm-hmm.
That's it for this year. But our 2022, we will put in for the no-cost extension for an additional year.
So y'all need a no-cost extension. Have you already applied for the no-cost extension?
We're in the process of working on that.
And what's the reason why we can't spend $4.8 million?
Our intention is to get it spent. Our intention is to get it spent, but just in case, we are going to apply. Because of the big influx of the ARP funding, like the commissioner stated.
Okay.
We're digging into the same vendors.
So let's go back to the school-based conversation. So, school-based consolidated funds, schools will now have federal resources, federal funds direct to them to adjust student outcomes. So what's the monitoring mechanism and how are we assessing these outcomes? And the spending of those funds?
That would be the responsibility of our district federal grants divisions to support our schools, as well as the state federal grants division to monitor the use of those funds. One of the things that I know we've been in discussions with as to how to disperse, the district staff, since now the schools will be responsible to get in and support just like we would any other program. So that schedule has to be developed by the districts, and they will also assist with not only the non-pubs, but the public schools as well.
And what direction are we giving the schools? And I ask that question because of my earlier conversation about goods.
Well, we are going to take your recommendation at hand, Senator. I did write it down. And those are things that will be led by the districts who support the schools. So the goods and services is one area that we will pull out and look at the purchase services or the contracts that we need and start to solicit earlier than later. That has been historically one of our challenges.
Okay, so as far as the monitoring, each district, do you have monitors, federal grants monitors to actually do that work? How many monitors do you have in the St. Thomas St. John district, Mr. Jurgen, Dr. Jurgen? Mike? Try again.
Dr. Jurgen, Insular Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District. We do have a team that's been working with the principals, and I have a deputy superintendent that supervises that order.
Who's your deputy on that one?
Dr. Disha Powell.
Okay, good. And you have monitors? That's a yes or a no?
That's yes. Yes.
How
we
many?
do. 3.
So you have 3 monitors, and these monitors know the respective schools that they're responsible for?
Yes.
Okay, good. Basha Knight, same question.
Basha Knight, Acting Insular Superintendent. Yes, we do have program monitors. I think we currently have 2, and we have a vacancy also that we need to fill. We just actually lost one, I believe. The team, like the St. Thomas District, they are dispersed. This team for federal grants is not a big team. The school, although they're provided the opportunity to use the funding, it still goes back to the program, the federal grants, to have to procure the items and go through the entire process. So you end up leading on the same individuals, making sure that the services are not being overlapped by grants, by the different grant funding, making sure CGA, what you're requesting from the CGA.
But yeah, I understand that part, right? But I'm saying you have to figure out how to work that out internally. I'm just trying to make sure that you have the requisite support staff to do this work. And how are you monitoring and assessing student outcomes? So, you have the federal dollars. At the end, what is that process or that system to address student outcomes? And I'm certain that as the applications were done, there were specific things that each school said they were looking to do for their respective school, correct?
Correct. If I may,
Okay,
Senator.
let me allow her to finish. I'm sorry. 1 second.
Yes, correct. And the team, the grants team, they're paying very close attention. I am also the deputy superintendent that supervises the federal grants division, making sure that they are going out to the schools, meeting with the principals to make sure what they said and asked for is exactly what's being executed, monitored, and implemented with fidelity.
So while you are in the acting capacity, who is taking on that role?
I do
That's
it,
a very important
Senator.
role.
I do it all, Senator.
So we don't have. Talk to me, Commissioner.
We're getting ready to interview tomorrow, the 3rd, for the deputy superintendent vacancy as well.
So you're getting ready to interview. That means that Basha Knight will become superintendent of St. Croix District?
No, Senator, we still have to look for a superintendent as well.
So how many vacant positions do you have?
There are going to be 2.
So there are 2 deputies and 1 superintendent. St. Thomas St. John have how many deputies?
Full complement. two deputies and one super.
Okay, got it. All right. Dr. Yergan, you wanted to say something.
Yes, Senator, you asked as to the process, and I just wanted to mention that what we've done is really allow the school-based leaders to assess what's going on in their schools, the areas of need, and so the money is really earmarked to address their concerns, student achievement, and whatever problem areas that they know in their school we need to address.
Okay, so I see that a little different. So I agree with that. But then from the district and the commissioner's level, Commissioner Wells, Hedrington, when you look at your overall scores and your graduation and your pass-fail and all of that, based on what your principals have shared with you, how are you aligning what they want to what you're seeing as it relates to the data?
So we were able to get some assistance from some consultants that sat down and did the data walk with the schools and helped them to formulate their school improvement plans that we will be sharing with the body in October. And those plans are outlined and aligned to the funding to show whether the funding is being used prudently to make the increases that we want to see in student outcomes. So everything is fully aligned.
Okay, so we expect to see, when we have this conversation in the next year, or in the mid-school year, that you all are in fact doing the necessary monitoring and you're seeing whether it's working or it's not working.
Correct.
Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning to Department of Education team and to everyone that is viewing and listening. Commissioner, above everything, I wanted to ask you, what is your main concern with this year's budget FY25?
My main concern is ensuring that all the needs of our schools and districts are met. Historically, I do have a concern about our vacancies, especially those vacancies that are tied to subgroups as well. We are having challenges with the recruitment and retention, and to be quite honest, Senator, I really hope that one day we can move towards incentivizing individuals to come to the territory. That is a long-standing issue, and when individuals do come, finding adequate lodging and places to stay is another concern. So overall, just making sure that we are able to survive and do the things that we need to do.
Do you feel that with the FY recommended budget FY25, those needs that you're concerned about will be met, or there's some doubt?
Not some doubts. It will require some movement of other funds that could be used for something else.
Okay.
To fill
In
those
regards to FY24, current year, what are your concerns with finishing and closing off this fiscal year with the budget?
I don't have any concerns.
You feel confident that you will be able to fulfill the federal requirements with the funding that you have related to grants?
You're talking federal funds. I
Yes.
thought you meant local. Well, of course, we do have some concerns about the large number of funding that has to be encumbered. Like I mentioned before, we've put some things in place to ensure that internal and external stakeholders are on deck to assist. And for the most part, we've seen some improvements in our communication and collaboration.
Very well. Your actuals for miscellaneous on page 9 of your testimony. So there's some areas here. What are your actuals for interscholastic sports?
Mr. Smith?
One moment, Senator.
I see that 0 is budgeted for FY25. That was decided to be cut off from your recommendations for FY25 budget, right? Everything in miscellaneous seems to be in 0.
Yes, and that's because of the ceiling.
And so so that decision was done internally by the department or by OMB?
By us, we took the information from the
Okay.
ceiling and distributed
So
the
what's the
funds.
plan for those programs that were funded through the miscellaneous section?
To be quite honest, Senator, there's no plan at this moment.
So they were just taken off.
Yeah, and what we will have to do is again look at, the other additional funding
Because what we're seeing
sources.
here is that, sorry to interrupt you, the IAA athletic program, the interscholastic sports, the adult education tuition, civic education, well, that wasn't funded. So, I mean, those important programs that have to do with our children. Is there any way that federally, it could be funded federally?
At this point, no, Senator.
Okay. You have that information from Mr.?
Yes, Senator. The funding for interscholastic was released.
In its entirety?
You want me to get the actual
Yeah.
expenditure? Okay, give me a few moments. I'll get actual expenditures.
Very well.
Okay.
Supplies. What are your actuals? Let's go to the supplies section. I think that's page 7 in your testimony. What are your actuals in supplies?
Okay, Senator, for supplies, we have expended $1,060,793.11.
Very well.
And that's as of June 30th, Senator.
June 30th. Okay. How would the decrease affect the department? You guys can manage, you're getting some funding federally to be able to deal with your supply section. There's a 46% decrease.
No, Senator, what I did indicate in my testimony is we would look at maybe moving some of the funding allocated through the casino funds to fill those gaps or
1 minute.
funding.
Okay, on page 8, your table 5, when it comes to other services. So I see some increase in some areas. We're talking about other services increase about 130%. What's the reason for the increase?
We had to move some of the mandatory costs off of the federal budget back onto the local budget.
No bueno. We always have to look for ways to use the federal funding and not use our local funding. On professional services, you have 5 million.
Senator, it's expiring funds, so we have no choice.
You have no choice. Professional services, $5 million increase for FY26, for FY25, sorry.
That's where most of the cost increase comes from, and that's where we're talking about this transportation and different services like that.
So that's part of the same increase that has to come off the federal and now on the local funding that you're talking about?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
Time.
Okay, my time has been called, but I'm interested also with regards to the teacher's contract. What's the status on that? And I know some teachers are owed retro. And also very concerned about the vendors, outstanding vendor payments that you guys have. One of the reasons the government is having such an issue in really engaging and having vendors take on bids and so forth is because we're not paying. You know, so what's the oldest that you have outstanding payment within your outstanding vendors, and what's the plan? Because we got to take that, we got to change that around. If not, we're going to continue in this same cycle where things will be delayed because no payment is being given to some of our vendors.
So I need to correct the record. No teacher is owed retro. All payments were made to the teachers. We are still in negotiations with the teacher contract. That has not been finalized. We are discussing the financials right now. And so we hope to have that executed sooner than later. Yes, we do still have outstanding vendor payments. And yes, it is accurate to say that people don't want to do business with the department because of these outstanding payments. All of our payments are at finance, and we are waiting for the local coffers to get the necessary funding so that those vendors can be paid. We will have to get that information to you of the oldest vendor payment. I don't have that readily available. But I believe that the total amount that is still owed is approximately $980,000 in outstanding vendor payments.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I may, just one last one. I want to commend you because I saw you had some recruiting that happened, 33 teachers, which, you know, even though we're having a lot that are leaving. But I saw 0 in the area of ESL. Now, you know how I feel in that field. Can you provide, through the chair, submit a list of the ESL teachers you have certified, the schools that provide ESL programs, and the placement of these teachers according to their schools?
Yes, Senator.
Because we know the numbers on St. Thomas, we had our meeting, and the numbers on St. Thomas are growing close to approximately around 900 ESL students, and there's a great need on both districts. So we need to place those teachers accordingly. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carrion, and I'm glad you brought up the ESL teacher matter. I know there was a point in time at the Department of Education where the department paid for teachers to become ESL certified at the University of the Tarabo, Puerto Rico, something like that. Is that still happening?
The districts have programs, yes. I will allow the superintendent to respond.
Do we have a cohort right now?
We don't have, Dr. Yergin, St. Thomas St. John District Superintendent, we don't have a cohort right now, but we did graduate some 6 teachers from the program last year.
St. Croix?
Bastion Knight, Acting Insular Superintendent. We don't have a current cohort right now. I know we graduated and I see it already in the grant for the upcoming season. So we will continue with the program. Coordinator Perez takes great pride in that program. So we are rolling with it still.
So how are we, in fact, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, let me correct that. We had a program last year, a cohort, and we do have a territorial cohort now.
You have a
that's getting their master's program in both districts.
Okay, so how are we supporting our ESL students or English language learners with the shortages that we have? What does that look like?
So if I may, I'll have Dr. Charleswell respond.
Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. So on the state level, in conjunction with the district, the coordinators as well as the district director are in the schools providing PD. We have toolkits for teachers that they're actually trained on. We have the resources in place. We have access to numerous online as well as tangible resources. So what's happening is the beefing up of that support from coordinators and the state director that's out providing that hands-on, in-person training for teachers.
So to that point, last school year, the school year that just ended, have you all looked at the success based on the assessments, et cetera, of our ESL students to determine whether or not the systems that we have in place are currently working for our English language learners?
Yes, we have.
And what does that look like?
So again, it is a struggle. It's something where we have to continue because if there's nobody in the positions, it is going to be a struggle. So yes, it is a struggle. It's not 100% successful, but we're seeing gains where we weren't seeing gains before because of that on-site support. Even if we have teachers in the classroom to fill all these positions, the teachers will require that support. And additionally, our gen ed teachers are also getting support in that gen ed teachers. That's the area that we're focusing on right now.
For the public, you have to say what gen ed is, yes.
Sorry, general education teachers that also teach our ESL learners and our special population.
So Commissioner, what are we doing?
So we have to look at our WIDA scores. That's the assessment given to our students. We cannot use the Smarter Balance assessment to measure their growth. And so we can furnish that when we furnish the Smarter Balance data to the body to see if students are actually moving within the cohort to exit the program. So that analysis is still going on as well, but we still struggle, Senator, with recruitment of teachers.
Okay. Thank you. As with every other state in this union, it's a struggle for teachers to get teachers in the United States proper. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. Before I recognize you, Senator Gittins, let me recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Diane Capehart. Thank you for being here and good morning. Senator Gittins, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. I heard the education chair said earlier, water, water everywhere, and not a drop to drink. But the water must be seawater, why we can't drink. I listened to the testimony here and just heard the back and forth with the vacancies of the deputy superintendent and superintendent office. As we discuss this, we got to really take a look at what's going on, because if principals are making upwards of $110,000, then who's going to want to take a pay cut to become the deputy superintendent or superintendent? Same thing going on in the police department. If you have police captains making an excess of $200,000, who's going to want to become the police chief or deputy chief? Things we got to look at. But Commissioner, let's see how quick we could do this. Has summer maintenance began at the schools in both districts?
Yes, Senator.
Are they slated to be finished before the opening of school?
Some will be ongoing, Senator, but the critical areas, yes, Senator.
Right. What type of maintenance work?
I would have to get that information to you, Senator. It ranges from electrical to plumbing. We still are working on the bathrooms. We have some roof repairs, painting of some schools. I could get you the specifics, Senator.
All right. Has the department met with the Department of Public Works and Department of Public Works regarding crosswalks, sidewalks, and any other concerns for our students' safety?
So the Department of Public Works assisted the department in putting together the scope of work for the crosswalks that has been solicited. Ms. Kadila Joseph could give an update on where that is.
No, I don't need that right this minute. So we're still at scope of work when summer almost finished. You're slated to start school like the first week in August?
Ms. Joseph would have to respond, Senator.
Kadila Joseph.
No, I'm just asking, you slated to open the first week of August, right?
Oh, yes. I thought you were asking me about the crosswalk, sorry.
Yeah, I was, but I mean, it's going to take a whole long time, and hopefully the finance chair, the education chair will have a hearing coming up. Were you able to complete the job specs for the school health technician, through Act 8801?
Yes, Senator.
And where are these positions posted? What are the salaries? And did we have any persons interested that are being interviewed at this time?
I will allow Ms. Jacobs to respond.
Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources. No, Senator. According to the bill, it required input from health, and we recently sent the job spec for review and input to the Commissioner.
So the job specs have not been completed?
It has been completed on the Department of Education side.
Right. So the process overall has not been completed?
Correct. It has not been completed.
Right. Okay. So we need to get on this, Commissioner. What is the status of the implementation of the Emergency Medical Service curriculum through Act 8506?
That is still in the works, Senator. Dr. Renee Charleswell will have to work with the respective persons to get that completed.
We gotta work. We gotta get things moving. With the lack of proper community libraries and whatnot, library service in our territory, does every school have a suitable library and a librarian?
We do have librarian vacancies, but I do believe that both districts had a cohort of librarians that just graduated. Ms. Jacobs, can you give those numbers for librarian vacancies?
No, I don't need the numbers, but we're going to have the
30
continuation
seconds.
on that.
Okay.
What is the status of the generator at the St. Croix Curriculum Center? This is the area that is a hub and service, all internet service for the St. Croix district. So once the power goes there, all schools are without power. And I noticed that your response, part of your response earlier to the Vice President about teacher vacancies, you spoke to distant learning. So how will this affect?
I will allow Dr. Bastian Knight to respond on the generator.
Time, Bastian Knight, Acting Insular Superintendent. As that affects the St. Croix District functionality period, we looked with a vendor to review what was wrong with that generator. It has to be replaced. The priority is to get it done. We're working on getting the electrical upgrades finished at the schools, get the schools onboarded, and the curriculum center will be next in line to receive a new generator for their operations.
How long will this take? Because this has been quite some time now, predate you being in the acting position.
I agree with you. The process to even get the school generator project going is taking longer than we expected. So I have no timeline for you, but it's our hope to get it done by December when the funds have to be liquidated.
Madam Chair, can I wrap up with 2 questions?
You may proceed, Senator Giddens.
What if any, thank you. What if any schools are identified as hurricane shelters? Are there any working generator at these locations as well?
So, no, Senator, it is the understanding or agreement with VITEMA that if need be, FEMA will provide generators to those sites.
So what are the schools identified as shelters?
The schools in St. Croix, I believe, is just educational complex. And in the St. Thomas, St. John district, it is Lockhart and Ivana Eudora Ken. And in St. John, there are no schools.
Okay, and status of proper lighting at campuses, especially where there's night activity, like the St. Croix Educational Complex with the night school, and whenever they have basketball games there at nights, the place is in pitch darkness. What's the status of the lighting system and also the status of cameras and intercom systems at the schools?
So I know that Mr. Milligan is working with WAPA on some of those campuses where it is extremely dark, Senator. I will have to get back to you on the status of that. I don't have that information readily available. Ms. Joseph can speak to the cameras and intercom systems.
If you're telling me about WAPA, that means nothing ain't happening.
Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. There is a contract in place in both districts for security camera systems and public address systems at select schools in the St. Thomas district. The intercom system was completed at Janie Tuit and Charlotte Amalie High School. Camera systems are being installed at this time. Our contractor in the St. Croix district will be responsible for installing camera systems at 11 sites, and that project is being done.
Intercoms.
Who's the contractor? And with regards to the distance learning, we also have a contractor for that as well. So tell me if we have a contract for both.
The contractor in the St. Croix district is Monethos Pro Support. The contractor responsible for providing camera systems in the St. Thomas district is SmartNet LLC. The distance learning contract was awarded and issued to Proximity Learning, and that contractor is providing services in both school districts.
Could the chair kindly submit those contracts to the chair, please, and specifically, namely those that you just named out, both for the cameras and for the distant learning. And I'll close here by asking or reminding the commissioner, these shuttered schools, Arthur A. Richards, Charles H. Emmanuel, Elena L. Christian, what are we doing with the names of these schools when we close down the schools and are combining the elementary with junior highs?
So we've had a lot of discussion on that, Senator, and those names will be repurposed at other locations in honor of those individuals who those schools were named after. We have not finalized what that will look like yet, but based on the recommendations from this body, the department has gone back and taken into consideration that we must have that done as well. And so as we get closer to the opening of new sites, we will present that information to the body so that we make sure that we keep those names as sacred and honored. So you can look forward to that information as we get closer to those times.
Please do, as this is not only a concern of families, but a concern of us here in the body. And yes, you do have to come through here so that we could make those decisions, because these honorees schools were named in their honor. So I would love to see what the plan looks like. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for your responses. We have much to do.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. Ms. Jacobs, Senator Maurice James asked a question. Do you have, just restate the question, what you're answering, and respond to the question, please.
Good afternoon, Nicole, or good morning, sorry. Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources. So the Senator inquired as to how many local, individual versus international teachers that we hired. Locally, we hired 13 teachers, 20 international. However, of that 20 international, 6 of those are returning international teachers who the department started the green card process for 2 years ago and had to return for their 2-year stay in their home country. Additionally, we have begun the conversation on the assistant of 5 musicians locally, all for St. Croix, all males. So once they are completed their applications, then we will get those individuals on board. Additionally, we are also waiting the completion of an elementary applicant in the St. Croix district who is currently on their last wing and doing their student teaching, as well as a music teacher locally for the St. Thomas St. John district.
All right, thank you. And just going back very quickly to assessments, what assessment tool are you using now? Are you still using Charlotte Danielson?
For evaluation?
For evaluation.
Yes, yes, Senator.
Evaluation and training?
Yes.
So your school administrators are evaluated on Charlotte Danielson?
No, they are evaluated on 5 principles. Dr. Jorgen, can you elaborate for me on that?
I don't have them off the top of my head, but I know that monitoring and instruction, connection to community.
But is that a particular CAN program, or is that something that you just do? You've laid out what you want it to look like in your respective district?
No, this is a particular program. It's actually an extension of Danielson that we're continuing to use.
So that happens in both districts?
Yes.
HR?
I actually don't recall the name of the program, but Dr. Jorgen is correct. It's an extension of the Charlotte Danielson.
So how are you getting information as it relates to the evaluation of the principals in your schools?
So we actually have a program manager of the system. So he manages that platform, and there's a lot of ongoing conversations and emails with the district, the teachers, the principals themselves as it pertains to completion, what's missing, what's next.
So, Commissioner, on your level, as the school year ends, what is that system that you have in place that you actually look to see what those evaluations look like for that respective year? For that respective school year.
So I review the data as well. And we just had a discussion about that performance. Actually, Senator, we are looking at our scoring rubric as we speak. and the different categories involved in the evaluation system to do some revamping. A lot of it is repetitive. For example, we have a professional growth plan that every single person has to complete. The professional growth plan should be tied to those who have an unsatisfactory evaluation and need to show signs of improvement. And so we're looking at our scoring rubric for the upcoming year. We're about to finalize that, and so there will be some changes in the way people are evaluated so that it makes more sense to them and to their professional growth.
I asked a question because of what you shared earlier with regards to your consolidated federal dollars and the fact that, you know, you're providing the funding to ensure student outcomes. So while you have student outcomes, you also have to make sure that there is an evaluation tool, so you're seeing who are your weaker administrators, your weaker teachers, so you could provide them with the necessary support. So not only the students will be successful, but the leaders of the schools as well as the teachers and the support staff. So that's the reason for that question.
And it includes the district staff as well, Senator, and my staff, the state level. So all of us are going through leadership and management training, and our goal is to continue that support for everyone.
All right, thank you. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good day. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to say good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands, Commissioner of Education and your team. But first, I'd like to extend my condolences to your Assistant Commissioner, Victor Sohm, who is now sending home his sister, who happened to be my classmate from St. Mary's Catholic School, Renee Sohm. So may she rest in peace. So that's why I was late. So forgive me if I asked any question that has been asked already. On page 16 of federal grants, you mentioned you have 21 grants. So my first question is, you mentioned you had this influx of federal funds. Did you receive, and what services were those? Did you receive those federal funds? And what services were those funds allocated for?
So yes, Senator, those funds were received to the territory. If you look on page 17, there's a breakdown of what those specific grants were and what was obligated to the territory. The grants range in allowables. It could include professional services. With the ARP funding, for example, we're looking at some capital projects to include upgrades, electrical upgrades. We're doing generator installations at some of our sites. We're looking at professional services to include trainings for our in-school personnel as well as out of school personnel. And so it ranges, and one of the things that we have done is tied some of that funding to the school improvement plan so that our principals and their administrative teams could implement the actions and strategies that they've put in place to improve student outcomes.
Thank you. So have you had to ask for any no-cost extensions for any of these grants?
So Ms. Culpepper-Smith just mentioned that, so I'll allow her to respond, Senator.
Keisha Culpepper-Smith, Director of Federal Grants. Yes, Senator Capehart. We did ask for a no-cost extension for our 2022 consolidated grant. We're in the process of asking for that extension.
All of your federal grants? And just one more question as it pertains to your extensions. What are those terms for those extensions for those federal grants? Were you given terms when you requested that no-cost extension?
The terms are basically the same with our regular spending. We just have to be sure that we encumber the funds before the deadline of September 30th of next year.
Thank you. Are there any local auditing processes in place for your department?
Yes, Senator, we have an internal audit unit within the Department of Education that monitors our local funds and fixed assets and some other things.
Oh, so you don't have, so you just do that internally? You don't have any outsourced vendors to do any auditing, financial auditing?
No, we have the Office of Management and Budget that provides or does routine audits on our federal funds. Actually, we are going through several audits as we speak, and we audit inside our local funding.
Okay.
1 minute.
I think on page 16, where you talked about, I think you had challenges with your vendors. What would you say is the biggest challenge? Are vendors not interested in doing business with the department? Can you just tell me what are the processes or what's the biggest challenge that you are facing?
So part of it, Senator, is our local vendors and our
30 seconds.
timely processing of vendor payments has been an issue. When it comes to the federal funds, another issue that we have seen with our local vendors is their ability to provide the 100% bonding. And then we have issues where supply and demand becomes a challenge.
There is a professional service contract. Just saw Compliance Live. What kind of services do they provide to the department?
So the compliance line is a part of the internal audit process in helping the department to ensure that students and faculty and staff, parents have a safe place to report any concerns relative to our department. It's an anonymous hotline that is managed by an outside entity, and we provide it so that we can ensure that needs are being addressed and people are comfortable in reporting things without any repercussions. And so we've had the internal hotline in place last school year. We've been able to address every single case that has been brought forth, and it's something that will continue in the department as a preventative measure to ensure that we are addressing issues as they arise.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. And I believe, Dr. Jurgen, you were trying to respond to a question earlier and I overlooked you, so my apologies. You may proceed to responding.
Dr. Jurgen, St. Thomas.
Just
St.
remind
John.
us what it was.
It was the 5 essential practices.
Yes, go ahead.
That the Commissioner mentioned: mission, vision, and improvement, ethics and professional norms, 3, equity, inclusiveness, and cultural responses, 4, learning and introduction, and 5, community and external leadership.
And that's on what level? Our administrators?
The administrative level.
And at the end of each school year, there is a process by which you conduct that assessment with that, what is it called? It's
Correct.
It's an assessment, yes.
We use Talent Ed as the storing house, and so it's a connection between the administrator and the supervisor, the superintendent, and so there's dialogue about the various practices, and also there's an observation. They speak about the observation before the observation occurs and after. So that's part of the process.
Okay, thank you. All right, so quick question. I have lots of questions. Now that the matter of the Virgin Islands history has been put to bed, how does the Department of Education intend to ensure the implementation of the ruling of the court?
So, Senator, we've had an internal meeting thus far. We are working to arrange a meeting with the Virgin Islands Board of Education as well. But, Senator, honestly, I think that we may need to revisit some parts of the legislation. One of the concerns that came about in conversation was for there to be a standalone class for K through 8, which requires additional personnel already, that we are already strapped in providing a standalone class. And so definitely going to engage the board first in conversation and then probably engage this body as well, so that we can make sure that we are meeting the needs of both the department as well as the mandate and the ruling issued by the judge.
So for clarification, because I did not read the ruling yet. I just saw what I saw in the media. So for clarification, the ruling does not allow for integrated curriculum on the elementary level?
No, it's a standalone class.
For every single grade level?
Yes, yes, Senator.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
in
that-
addition
I mean-
to that,
What does the ruling say on the high school levels, junior and high school levels?
it's the same all the way up, K through 12.
So we're saying that for every single grade level, there must be
Caribbean history and Virgin Islands history course.
no opportunity for integrated. How are we doing it now?
It's not consistent. What we have is an integrated model. When students get to the 9th through 12th, it's a mandatory requirement for them to take during the course of high school.
So on the junior high level?
On the junior high, Dr. Jorgen, can you comment? Or
Not
Dr. Lee?
junior high, on the elementary level, K through.
So it's integrated within the social studies curriculum.
Okay, so social studies curriculum and social studies is a regular class.
Correct, Senator.
On each grade level.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, yes.
So are we saying from your assessment of the ruling?
Yes.
From your assessment of the ruling, is it that you are now, will now be required to have a pullout every single day? Well, let's just not say every day. Are you required to have a pullout of a VI history course or teaching for each grade level?
I'm going to allow...
outside of the social studies piece. That's what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, it's an independent course. Outside of the social studies curriculum that we have adopted.
So currently in our social studies curriculum, are we teaching Virgin Islands history on our elementary level? And how are we doing that?
It's a part of the social studies program. For example, if you're teaching the 5 themes of geography, you will include those themes with reference to the Virgin Islands. And each grade level also has specific field trips. 6th graders may go to South Pond. 5th graders might do the downtown tour. So those things are included in the curriculum, but as far as a standalone course, especially on the high school level, students take VI history in 9th grade, and then that's it.
Same thing in
Same thing in the St. Croix district.
So we know we have a vast Virgin Islands history. So as it is taught currently on our elementary level and is integrated currently on the elementary level, there is and I have to ask the Deputy of Curriculum and Instruction on the state level to provide us, what is it specifically is expected to be taught to our elementary students, whether it be integrated or not, between K through 6th? And is that happening? And then are we moving after the K6, then what's happening on 7-8, and then what's happening on 9-12?
So as Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, so as indicated by Dr. Jorgen, we have the geography that is expanded through K through 6th grade. We also include the history of the Virgin Islands. We also look at important Virgin Islanders, landscapes,
So you
all of
have
that is
I forget
covered.
what you call the thing. Do you all have what do you call the thing? What you push out? The guide, pacing guide.
The pacing guide, yes.
Right.
Yes.
So you have pacing guides for your elementary school level?
Yes.
For every single school?
Yes.
So why is it that we're saying that it's not really happening? I think that was the real bone of contention, you know. If we have pacing guides, why is it not? I think that was how you responded, Dr. Jorgen.
Right, but it is happening, but not as a standalone course.
Right, understood. So the pacing guide for the elementary school, elementary students are being taught in the integrated way.
Yes.
Correct.
7, 8.
Right.
Correct. Pacing guides?
Yes.
7, 8?
Yes.
And then the standalone for the high school level.
Yes, in 9th grade.
All right.
If I may, Senator, in addition, we do have the workbooks from K through 2nd that Dr. Lawson created that are in our schools, and they're currently working on the 3rd through 8th.
So, Senator Bledin has a point of information, but I have to ask this. So we have the workbooks for K through 2nd. Who's supporting Dr. Lawson on this work? This work has been going on for a very, very long time. Who's supporting Dr. Lawson on this work?
Upon sitting in this seat, I have been supporting Dr. Larson in making sure that per diems are available, funding is available for the social studies teachers who are involved in the putting together of this workbook are able to be paid, and so they're moving at a good pace.
So Dr. Lawson is the district director of social studies?
Yes, ma'am.
In the St. Croix district, correct.
So, and he's responsible for the whole VI history workbook program for the entire territory?
Along with Dr. Yvette McMahon-Arnold on the state level for instructional development. And I want to say, Senator, that
Wait, before you go ahead. So who is the person in this district who's providing the support?
So it's only the teachers in the St. Thomas St. John district. They do not have I don't know if you have assigned somebody, Dr. Jorgen, because Ms. Smith was not there, was not able to be a part of that. Go ahead, Doctor.
In the absence of Ms. Smith, may she rest in peace. We did have some teachers identified, Natasha Penn.
I just feel like, and I think that's where the frustration came from those members in the community who insisted that this VI history be taught in our schools. I mean, for the time that has been, we've been working on putting those workbooks together. You know, us being just at the 2nd grade, just finishing 2nd, and we haven't at least minimum completed our elementary schools. It is very concerning.
I was thinking of the name. It's Eleanor Francois that also assisted when we didn't have a social studies coordinator. But we do have a social studies coordinator now, and she lends support in that area, and that's Michelle Rogers.
But who's monitoring this to make sure it gets done?
It's being monitored by the State Development of Instructional State Director, Ms. Yvette McMahon-Arnold.
And who's the lead? Who's the lead for the VI history books?
Her and Dr. Lawson are equally in the lead with this.
And you know that is wrong, right? You know that the State Office of Education is the lead for curriculum and instruction, right?
That is correct.
I mean, I do commend Dr. Lawson, and he's been at this. He is like the champion of this thing. But I do not believe that Dr. Lawson has been giving the necessary support to end this, for us to get, I mean, we're going into another school year and we're still talking about we have not completed the workbooks for the rest of the elementary school. What's the status?
So let me, in terms of the status, Senator, the phase, the 3rd to 8th grade phase will be completed February 2025, and the other part will be completed May 2025.
What's the other part? What other part?
So we have the 3rd to 8th grade, February 2025, and then we have the civics portion that will be completed in March of 2025.
What is the end of this? When does this end?
It's going to end, Senator, 2025. We have had the reviews. Right now, currently, as we're speaking, we have teachers in both districts that are actually working as peer reviewers on this project.
Commissioner Wells-Hedrington, I'm going to ask you to please make this a priority. We don't have the vibe that it is a priority. if I'm going to be just very honest, there's a lot of pushing and a lot from our social studies coordinator in the Island District of St. Croix. The support needs to be there. The process needs to be, everything needs to be supported. This is why this matter went as far as it went. By now, we should have been way past this. When that court case came down, we should have been able to say, we have all these things in place. Now we have to figure out how to address the legislation. We can't even say that because we're still talking about elementary school workbooks. Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Commissioner Wells Henvington, let me ask you on page 15 of your testimony, the chart you have there. For March of this year, 24, it shows the original claim of $53,000 and disallowed lunch was $38,000. And based on my calculation, 7 out of every 10 lunches were disallowed. What are the reasons for that, and is there a cost associated with that in terms of local funds?
Ms. Sanderson, can you respond?
To Linda Sanderson, no, there's no local cost.
What the reason?
This is all federal. It could be any of the 5 reasons that we listed up top.
What were the reason for such a high amount of disallowed lunch for that month?
I would have to, it was a combination of all 5, but if I could get back to you to let you know more of what category.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a real high number. Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes for the changing of the stenographer. Ban them. The committee is out of recess. And just following on to Senator Blyden's question, I did have it in my notes. What is the reason that we are seeing this level? I know that the commissioner did make mention to it in her testimony, but there is a huge amount of disallowed meals. Disallowed meals mean money. So what are we doing to improve? I mean, why are we here? Why are we having a disallowed meals conversation to this level? What's the issue? What's going on? I think disallowed was no longer in the conversation, at least not at this level. So talk to me.
So it's in there because of the funding that is lost because of disallowed meals. I know historically those numbers have been higher, that they are reducing them. Part of what we've done is to do quarterly meal, what do you call it, meal menus. I was going to say meal plans, meal menus, and have our district SFA directors to order at a timely manner. Part of these disallowed meals is missing commodities, and it could range from milk to one of the 5 components. So I would need to see the specific data from Ms. Anderson to see where actually that is, but that's one of the corrective measures that we put in place to help them to order at a timely fashion to allow the commodities to arrive to the territory.
So the St. Thomas, St. John district disallowed meals is a crisis. Is in crisis? St. Croix, is a lot better. What's the challenge in this district with this amount of disallowed meals? If I think I counted earlier, 2040, 60, 80,000, give or take? Did I count that right? I mean, I think the number even a little lower than 80. I mean, higher than 80. It's more like 84. Disallowed meals? No, am I looking at the right column? You see original claim, and that's only disallowed lunch. So what's the total meals? Help me to understand this report.
Ms. Anderson, can you elaborate for the senators, please?
Okay, so, Belinda Sanderson. Okay, so the first column was the numbers or the meals that were served that we received from the School Food Authority. The disallowed columns are what were disallowed. And then, so when you see so the breakfast.
What's the total dollar amount of disallowed meals in St. Thomas, St. John district?
I will have to get that to you.
Do you have the report?
Yeah, but the
because I'm not following this either, so that's why I asked. Because the same meal total 687, but I don't know what I mean.
Meal total mean the meals itself, the total meals itself. So if you want the earnings that were affected by the disallowed, then I'll have to get that.
So this is what we didn't do. So we did not add. You gave the disallowed meals, but you didn't give the columns are not added up. These numbers are dollars, or these numbers are
the
number of meals?
The only dollars is the total earnings column. Everything else is meal.
Commissioner, we need to send this back the right way. This information does not provide the legislature or the community with the amount of disallowed, the impact of the disallowed meals. And these columns, it says disallowed breakfast, but it doesn't add up the total disallowed for August through June. Like throughout the document, disallowed lunch is not added up. Original claim, the column has blanks.
We will correct
I'll get it back to you.
You know we're going to ask the question.
I'll get it back to you.
So we need a column that says the total amount of disallowed meals. But before we wrap up, I need y'all to add up for us the total amount of disallowed meals for breakfast, lunch, and snack. It's not. For both districts. St. Croix is actually doing a tremendous job, but we are having a challenge in this district, in St. Thomas, St. John. So what's the challenge? It says the things that could cause disallowed meals are incomplete production records, incorrect portion sizes, insufficient plan and preparation of components, missing components, and no variety of milk. What is the prevailing items that's creating disallowed meals in the territory, particularly in the St. Thomas, St. John district? 'Cause that's where your Achilles heel is.
It's a combination of all five. We have the spreadsheet.
But who's monitoring this?
When you say monitor?
Okay, so disallowed meals. Who's monitoring the corrective measures to ensure that we don't see this tremendous amount of disallowed meals in the territory?
So the monitoring arm is the state office that provides the information to the districts, and then a corrective action plan is put in place. Now, this information needs to be disaggregated even more to show where, if this is an isolated school or schools, and then that plan has to be put in place by the districts. So, Senator, we will fix the chart. We will disaggregate by schools, and we will provide you the information along with the corrective action plan.
So there's one piece that's missing. Because this is associated with dollars and the loss of funding, there must be a relationship between the State Office of Nutrition and your State Office of Finance. Because if you're having this, then your State Office of Finance need to get into play. Y'all need to develop, particularly in the St. Thomas, St. John district, some sort of a plan to prevent this. I mean, your office, Ms. Sanderson, is the office that's doing the disallowing of the meals, but I wish you were able to say to us today where you are seeing most of the disallowance of meals. That's very important information.
By school, you mean, or by?
No, just where are you seeing that?
The reason why?
Is it incomplete production records? Is it missing components? What is the prevailing reason for disallowance of meals in
2, 3, and 4, which would be the incorrect portion sizes, the insufficient planned and preparation of components, and missing components. It's 2, 3, and 4.
And is it because the items in your warehouses are going bad, or is because did you have a challenge with your warehouse in this district? Yes? No?
Yes.
Yes. So yeah. So what's going on with that warehouse in this district? Because I'm certain it's also tied to this situation. So what's going on with that?
So, Senator, the warehouse in this district is a problem. One of the issues that they've had is the heat index. Maintenance is looking at a temporary fix. The goal is to get into the Island Block area and set up a new warehouse. Part of the conversations that we're having, which will be long-term, is working with Port Authority to get that done. As part of the agreement with Adelita Cancrine. However, with the installation of the vents and an air conditioning system, our hopes is that we wouldn't have the loss of commodities that we have experienced because of the heat index. That's one. Second thing that I have been in conversation with Ms. Bory on is providing training to our kitchen managers. One of the things that we found in both districts is the kitchen managers not being tech savvy, one, and not getting those calculations correctly when it comes to the portion sizes. So I know that's something that she's been working on, that we just have to continue our efforts and make sure that we're pulling all our resources together to assist both districts. Even though St. Croix may be looking better, we shouldn't have any disallowed meals.
Senator Francis Jr., recognize your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In this day and age, I mean, we shouldn't even make it more difficult. I believe that there's opportunity for us to develop software that would allow them to be able to track this information very easily and be able to input the information, quickly at the end of the day or whatever, and then you're able to, collect the data, based on that software. There's a lot of either cookie cutters that may be available, or developers that could be able to put these type of software easily and quickly together, and then that would allow for some consistency across the district and across all of the managers to be able to glean all of that information that's required. Commissioner, please consider that.
Point of information.
You made reference to the Port Authority. When we passed that piece of legislation, the agreement was that the Department of Education will continue to use that building that was built out prior to the hurricanes. Why haven't we already moved the operations of the school lunch storage to the port, to where the Cancran property? What's going on with that?
That's where the general warehouse is, Senator. That's where we house the general warehouse. Fixed assets is down there, and maintenance.
And there's no opportunity for. So what did y'all do with the freezers and stuff that were in there?
They're still out at the Lager building, still out at
the freezers that were at Cancran.
The freezers are still there.
And what are they doing with them?
I don't know if she's storing anything there. Dr. Jorgen, you would have to say, but we utilize the old curriculum center freezer still, and we have the reefers that are refrigerated that we use as well. We're still using the old curriculum center for storage.
Dr. Jorgen?
We're not using the freezers in Adelita Concrete. They're much smaller. I know that they were damaged. So the food isn't stored in Adelita Concrete. And the problem is the heat in the warehouse. It's causing the commodities to explode with just the heat.
So y'all can utilize the ARPA dollars to address that situation?
That's part of what we're doing now, Senator. That's part of the plan with maintenance.
Well, how long we had a problem?
What?
This issue that we're talking about.
They've tried several things, Senator. Our maintenance division has tried several things in there. And
no air condition?
Not fully air conditioned, but the installation of the fans that pull out the heat and different other things in the interim. But
that's why you have all of these disallowed meals, because of that challenge that you have with our warehouse in this district. I mean, we're going into a new school year, and somebody else asked for a point of information, but we gotta get back because I noticed there has been no discussion or no presentation or no representation of anyone here today with regards to maintenance of our schools and the fact that we are in the summer and we are moving to opening our schools in August. While I don't know if there was any advertising or notice, rather is more like it, provided to the community as to whether or not the leadership for the new entity is in place. But in the interim, there must be a transition period. So we can't ignore the fact that education and that entity still has to do some collaborating so we could get to the next school year. So we're going to come back to that discussion. Senator Gittens, I think you're recognized for your point of information. And then carry on. And then Senator carry on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two quick point of information and a point of personal privilege.
A point of information, Senator, is one question. So you're going to get me in trouble with my colleagues.
And you're getting in trouble. This is for the people of the Virgin Islands, not for me.
I understand, but we have to follow the rules, right, Senator Gittens? So if you want a point of information, ask your point of information. Thank you.
Two already.
All right, go ahead.
The school is mandated to open by the second week in August, according to Title 17, 61A, which will be between the 12th and the 16th. It is my understanding that school is opening in the first week of August, somewhere around the 5th. Will the kitchens be the kitchen equipment be installed at these schools by then? And we're getting information about the special education buses. If you could tell us if they're going to be operable as well. Thank you.
So the information on the kitchen equipment was provided as part of the required documents by Senator James. All kitchens should be up and running. I believe that timetable is there, Senator. I don't have it in front of me, but I can furnish that to you. In regards to the SPED buses, we are working on the maintenance of the buses. The long-term goal is to establish a maintenance contract, which we are in the process of negotiating as we speak, to have in place for the upcoming school year. Historically, St. Croix District has not had a maintenance contract like we do in the St. Thomas District with School Busing Inc., so we're hoping to establish the same thing. In the interim, all vehicles will be serviced. I spoke to Dr. Bastian up to this last week about the air condition concerns in the SPED buses, which will also be addressed, Senator.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Oh, thank you for the generosity there. I just saw our Senate President there, Al, sharp up, and I just wanted to say happy anniversary to you, sir. Continue to do the people's business even on your anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we were actually going to do that at the end of our meeting. We were going to say that our Senate President, today is in fact his anniversary, so happy anniversary to Mr. and Mrs. Noelville E. Francis Jr. And Mr. President, your being here basically says to us the commitment that you have to the people of the Virgin Islands and the work that you do. So thank you for taking your anniversary day. I hope you don't get in any trouble. And oh, that's right, and your birthday, and you were here for your birthday, yes. So, you know, your commitment is unwavering, and there's no debating on that. So thank you for being here. All right, Senator Carrion, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just on the same topic with regards to school lunch, I wasn't too clear the question that you asked, Madam Chair, in regards to the monitoring process. How is this really working, state or the district level? How is it being followed through? And there's 0 here for snacks for St. Croix, so I wanted to find out what was happening in regards to that. So how is this working? Like,
Rephrase that question, because you started off with school lunch?
yeah, the program for school lunch programs, right?
Okay.
So we're here looking at figure 1, and we're talking about the issues you're having. How is this being worked at the district level? Who is responsible? What's the monitoring process for this?
Oh, for the school lunch program. Okay, so when the monitoring is done by the state office, Ms. Anderson and her team, they do the monitoring and the spot checks. That information is then shared to the district. The districts, along with the operations division, work to correct the issues. Some of what I have had conversations with Director Bowery in the St. Thomas St. John district. So I know that part of it is a warehousing space. Part of it is the incorrect calculations, like our people need more training, which she has been providing, and will continue to provide until we get it to where we don't have any disallowed meals. But once we get our warehousing secured and operating the way that it should, Senator, I think that we will see some improvements in that category. We've already begun the meal plans for the semesters, menu planning for the semesters, and so the ordering of food shouldn't be a concern about it coming on a timely basis like it used to be when we were ordering monthly for our district. So there are some corrective things that have been put in place, but for the St. Thomas St. John district, I know those two are the most looming concerns.
And the St. Croix district, the snacks?
The programs that do utilize this Bastion night acting insular superintendent. The programs that utilize the SNAP program, they eat their snacks and they meet the allowed criteria. Senator.
Commissioner,
Belinda.
rent a freezer truck.
Oh, I'm working
and put a
on.
thing them in it.
We are working on that, Senator. We have things
Cheese
that
and
we're working
bread.
on. We
A
are
container, yes, a container. How we working on them things so long? A whole school year gone. We have what's the total amount of the disallowed meals? What's that number? Can we still ain't get a number? Because you have them in buckets and they weren't added up.
Belinda Sanderson, the disallowed breakfast total for the St. Thomas district is $14,691. The lunch is $56,556. There's no disallowances for snack. In the St. Croix district, the disallowed breakfast, $11,101, and the lunch, $7,266.
Okay, so we're going to add another piece for you on this. Because I know the cost of the breakfast is one price, the cost of the lunch is another price,
And I will
etc. So, well, before we end, we need to get that information on the record.
Okay.
What is the department's, what is the territory's loss in funding as a result of these disallowed meals? And you could add them up. Total disallowed, well, you can't add them up. You add up each, you can add them up. You add them up by category, okay? But we need to get that information.
In addition, Senator, to the reason, because we need to know specifically what the reason is and what the prevailing thing is. That we need to know so that we could do the crosswalk in terms of the corrective actions, Ms. Sanderson, as you provide that information, provide that to the senators as well.
Okay, so again, this is tied to money, so your financial people need to be involved in this process because it's tied to money. It's tied to, this is a significant amount of money that you're losing. All right, what's the total, what is your utility expense?
The actuals? Mr. Smith?
What was your 2023 actuals?
Good afternoon, Kimo Smith. So for 2023, our total was $8,410,287.36, and currently 287.36.
And currently?
And then currently for FY24, the total is $7,216,347.41.
And that's as of?
That's as of June 30.
And you have 3 more months?
3 more months to go.
So you are going to way exceed 8,410,000. Correct?
Yes.
But still, we bring a budget here for $5 million. You see where this territory have a structural deficit? Because we budget for less than what we need in our, these are bills that must be paid. So please send back to the chair, to this committee, your exact expenses associated with your utility for last fiscal year and what you're projecting out to the new fiscal year 24, so we could do a projection for FY24. So this $5 million that you've shared with us is about $3 million lower than what I think is actually more than 3. It looks like 4 or 5 million lower than what we've expended, and this is why the single payer account sometimes it is in the red, because you send your bills and they're paid anyway. Yeah. All right. Senator Caput, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, again, I don't know if this question was asked, to give the status on the STEM program. Did you include the STEM program in your budget this fiscal year?
No, Senator, it's not budgeted on the local side. The districts do have STEM programs within the consolidated grant application.
Can you clarify that for me? Because you're saying you didn't put it in the budget. So does that mean you're just using federal funds? You're not using any local funds? Are we still going to have a STEM project for these students?
We're still going to push STEM throughout the territory, Senator. Based on the ceiling, there was not enough funding to set aside for that particular project at this time. Districts have utilized consolidated grant funding to support STEM activities throughout the territory.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So are we going to be able to run our summer programs in the St. Croix district? I think that's the question. That's what we're trying to ascertain.
Dr. Bashtanai?
Pastor Knight, Acting Insular Superintendent. Yes, they're all budgeted within the current CGA grants that we have.
So we're running a STEM program in the St. Croix district this year, this summer?
Yes, we
Because
have,
we did have 60,000 budgeted under the general fund.
yes, but majority of them fall under the CGA
Federal
programs.
funds. All right, okay. Who's the vendor for the distance learning contract? I think Senator Gittins asked that question earlier.
Proximity learning?
Proximity learning. And the security contract, the security and camera contract was who did you say?
St. Thomas St. John District is SmartNet, and the St. Croix District is Monetos.
And the Monitos contract in particular, when does that contract expire?
Ms. Joseph?
Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. The contract is due to terminate in December 2024.
And what was the purpose of that contract? What was the contractor providing?
To purchase and install security systems at 11 schools in the St. Croix District.
11 schools, and what's the status of the installation?
The contract was recently executed in February. The contractor has purchased the camera components, and they should be well preparing those components for installation.
And it is on, who's monitoring this?
It's being monitored by our division of operations, specifically IT, and our security division.
And is there a maintenance contract attached to these cameras?
The maintenance efforts is already included as a renewal option for 2025 and 2026.
And what's the total amount of that contract?
1.9 million.
All right,
Point of
Commissioner.
information.
Senator James, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to follow up on my Crucian colleague's question about STEM. Is there an academic year STEM program in the territorial public schools?
Dr. Charleswell?
Good day, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. Yes, there is a STEM program throughout the territory led by our State Director of STEM.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I just want to also just say that August 15th is my next committee meeting since we waived the reports in this session, and we'll be looking forward to follow up on what's been discussed today. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we're about to close. How much have you generated in your indirect cost funding for this fiscal year?
Mr. Smith?
Senator, I don't have that information readily available.
Okay, please send that back to the committee.
Okay, thank you.
And the use of the funds.
Okay.
We have not heard from you with regards to summer maintenance, which is extremely concerning. Commissioner, please, in your own words, can you please provide us with an update on what we expect to see as the summer maintenance work, and as we are looking to August to go back to for our kids to return to school. I don't know what the conversation is, but summer maintenance is a part of your responsibility until y'all are done with this transition period. And we have not, I don't know if I missed it, but we have not heard any sharing of any information with regards to the standing up of the new bureau. So it's still, as far as we are concerned, it's still your responsibility until we hear that. And that transition is occurring. There must be some plan.
So, Senator, the announcement of the executive director will be at 1 today by Governor Bryan. That person has already begun to get acclimated with our operations division. Of course, as well as you know, and every senator in here, it's going to take a little bit of time for the full transition of the bureau. In the interim, the directors of maintenance, as we presented to this body 2 weeks ago, are working on their ongoing maintenance. Some will be completed during the summer. Some will be extended into the next school year. Those repairs include making sure that all safety concerns within our buildings respectively are taken care of. Plumbing, electrical issues, minor issues. We do have a couple of contracts that are about to begin for electrical upgrades throughout the territory. We still have the kitchen equipment installation to be completed in the St. Croix district. We are procuring the services of vendors to do painting at selective sites. All of our modular campus walkways will be painted. We are still looking at our modulars themselves. We do have some good feedback from the executive director in terms of issues or things that we could do to remedy some of our issues with the mold that occurs in our modular units, as well as the separation of the units. We do have the routine exterminations that will be taking place, as well as making sure that all safety issues are addressed. I did provide this body with a list of projects, school by school, that will be done during the summer. Any other additional information that may be needed, we will be happy to furnish to this body as well.
All right, thank you for your response. And the chair of the committee shared earlier that she will be having a meeting in August. So through the chair, what we need to get from you all is what is the total operating budget for your maintenance division as it stands today? So that information needs to come back to us, because it will impact your overall budget moving forward. So we need to get that information, please. And $2 million is $2 million. How much was appropriated for maintenance for this fiscal year?
Mr. Smith?
Senator, we received 5.5 million, and then
the Bureau received 5.5 million.
Correct.
How much did education proper receive? Oh, all of it was rolled up. I can't remember.
It was 7.5 million in total.
In total.
Mm-hmm.
And you're untasked to getting all of your maintenance done. The contracts are in place for the summer.
Ms. Joseph, can you update us on those summer contracts?
Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. Janitorial contracts are in place for the St. Thomas St. John District. Our contract in the St. Croix District, some schools have agreements and others expired. However, the district intends on acquiring those services through open market. Minor repairs, which contracts are those? We have painting projects that are moving through at this point. Bathroom renovations are ongoing, and those are the only ones that I'm familiar with at this time.
Okay. hopefully when you come back, because we're dealing with budget, but hopefully when you guys come back, we'll get a true update as to what's happening with the summer maintenance. The last thing we want is what we saw last summer when our students went back to school. The disruption, we have to do all in our power to avoid the disruption.
So, Senator, if I may?
Of course.
I've had several meetings with Vitima in regards to the heat index and the anticipation of projections moving forward for August does not look good, meaning extreme heat temperatures. We will definitely have to look at some of our schools who do not have the air conditioning installations completed or do not have air conditioners at all. And so those are just conversations that we're going to have to put plans in place for, because they've already notified us about the high heat index for August. So I just wanted to put that on record as well.
Senator Fonseca, you recognize your point of information.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I just wanted to remind you on one thing and actually congratulate you on your graduation rates. You know, school is about teaching and learning, and I notice your rates have increased. But I'd like to see more information in that you have subcategories. You have, you have Black, you have Hispanic, Pacific, Indian. I would like to see a category for Haitian, because just like how you have the Hispanic based on language, Haitians also have another language. And then I would like to see the graduation rates by the category. In other words, the Blacks, what are their graduation rates? The Haitian, their rates. The Hispanic, their rates.
So
Through the chair.
So historically, Senator, the Haitians fall under Black. I know that was one of the requests that you wanted to know specifically how many of our Black students are from the Haitian descent. And so PRE division is pulling that data. So historically in the system, that's not a category.
Right.
They are recorded as Blacks.
I know, but also Hispanic can also fall under Black. But you have the Hispanic based on a language, a natural language. And the Haitians have a natural language as well as the Hispanic. So I'm requesting that they be subcategorized, because I've noticed that that particular population is increasing and they have their own cultures and traditions, just like the Pacific
Senator,
Islanders.
I have to move on because the chair of this committee, the Education Committee, says she's meeting in August. And this is more, what you're talking about is more around the education work and not focusing on our budget. So there's an opportunity for us to have that type of follow-up conversation. Okay, we have to move on because we have the other folks waiting.
Okay,
and I really want to make sure that we pack in the information that's tied to this budget. Senator Francis Jr., you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quickly, Commissioner, I see that you have a Chief Turnaround Officer. Is that a general fund position or federal position? What that person is tasked with doing?
It's currently vacant, Senator. That was the position that Dr. Tirado filled. Currently, Dr. Tirado is serving as the acting Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Administrative Services. It's a locally funded position, Senator.
Okay, you say it's vacant? Okay, this is indicating it's filled, but you said she's sat in it
She's
before.
acting, so until I find a fiscal person, she will remain in fiscal.
Okay, thank you.
So your turnaround is specifically tied to your schools?
Yes, six schools.
So you have a turnaround plan?
We're working with a consultant to develop the turnaround plan as we speak. I did explore what it would cost to outsource that service, because I know it's needed based on what I'm seeing with the trends and the fact that we are in the accountability season. Probably going to have a lot more schools that qualify for that type of service, but that cost could run me millions. And so in the interim, we're trying to figure out what's the best way forward. So we're working with a consultant to develop that, Senator.
All right, that's why I asked the question, because I know that it will require funding for actual true turnaround. So do you still have in your consolidated funds schools in need of support? How are you supporting those schools as you
Well, this is a
work with
year
your
of
turnaround?
accountability, so now moving forward, we'll have to put that in our plan, Senator.
All right. Colleagues, we have an education meeting in August. We have to focus today on our funding for education. If we have any other follow-up questions, I think we've exhausted our time. I mean, we always have more questions when it comes to education, but I believe we've exhausted our time for education for today. But before we do that, I see that Ms. Belinda is gone and we need to get the information. And again, Commissioner, please advise your team that they have to give a heads up that they're leaving the floor, the well. Do you have the information, Mrs. Smith?
I have some information for Senator Carrion, if I could.
Oh, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, Senator Carrion, in reference to the actual expenditures for interscholastic, so they have received the entire $125,000 allotment. Of that, $51,861.91 has been expended, and there remains a balance of $72,138.09.
Are you good with that, Senator Carrion? You have a follow-up? Okay. All right, we need to get information on the on the school lunch data. Let me see if I have
So,
anything
Senator,
else
if we
until-
may, can we furnish that information?
No, we need it on the record today, please.
You need it on the record today?
On the record.
All right.
On the
so
record.
We'll hold.
Yeah, we need it on the record. We have to have it on the record because it's important that what gets monitored gets done. And, yeah, we need it on the record. So we'll wait. So based on your maintenance budget, how many maintenance personnel do you have, Ms. Jacobs?
I'll get that for you right now, Senator.
Senator Francis, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask the Commissioner while we're waiting for the additional information that you requested. What about this budget, Commissioner, that gave you reason for concern, give you reason for pause, keep you up at night?
Senator, if we have to utilize indirect funding or casino funding, for example, to take care of our shortfalls, it means that some of the initiatives that may be tied to the state level or the districts would also be impacted as well as the supporting programs and different initiatives that they would want to see done as well. So, it will have an impact. Again, my biggest concern includes those programs that we haven't been able to allot any funding to, the STEM project, the Tishwani funding, interscholastic, and those other areas are of concern as well.
The interscholastic is not budgeted for 25. I think I saw that. Oh, don't worry about that. It's always amazing how we talk about the importance of our children, and then when the budget come down, we have to be the ones putting the amounts back into the budget to support so the Education Stabilization Fund. There's no funding in the budget for the third-party fiduciary for fiscal year 24. I guess we have to look in OMB's budget. So all of these are zeros.
Yeah.
Interscholastic, 0. Civics Education Initiative, 0. School maintenance lapsing, but we understand why that one will be 0. Adult Education Scholarship, 0. Yeah. So we have to, thank you for that, Senator Francis Jr. We have to pay special attention to these special funds in order to ensure that these funding are put back. So the Taswani program that was tied to the concurrent students is 0 this year too, 25. Who's monitoring to determine whether or not that program is effective? That program has been going on for a number of years.
Senator, I'm not sure if the districts are monitoring the Taswani program. Dr. Jurgen, can you respond?
It's funded to the department, so it should be.
Yeah.
Actually, Senator, all of our programs, our summer and after-school programs, we've met recently to plan out how we're going to do the monitoring of after-school and.
So it's not. It wasn't done previously.
No.
Wow. Then how are we determining our effectiveness? All right. So we have like $98,000 worth of funding. We have a farm education for all. 2025. Is that in budgeted?
The farm education, Mr. Smith?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Farm education for all.
The amount is $8,000, Senator.
Okay. And you need to provide the committee with a breakout of, there's an additional $4 million under your other services category. Please send that back to the committee as to the justification for the $8 million. And then I see that your supplies is reduced $766,000, which is very concerning. And then we will discuss the matters around your personal and fringe benefits. Okay. Ms. Sanderson, you have the information?
Belinda Sanderson. I apologize for the delay.
It's okay.
St. Thomas, the total disallowance for breakfast, total in dollars, $28,431.85. The lunch totaled $179,152.96 for a total of $207,584.81. For St. Croix, breakfast dollars, $35,194.21. Lunch dollars, $36,806.91. Total $73,001.12.
Could you say the disallowed number for St. Croix again? Because that number seemed higher than the St. Thomas number.
The dollar amount for St.
Yeah.
Croix? No, breakfast, $35,194.21.
And what St. Thomas number was?
Oh, $28,431.85.
Why is it higher? Why
We were
is it-
using, because we were using the rate change in between,
Is
the
that
reimbursement rate change in between the two.
Oh, depending on the month?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. All right, so that's a total of 200 and about 80-something thousand?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner, we need to make sure we put the little think tank together to figure this out. All right, colleagues, we way exceeded the time that we had planned for education, but education is the biggest department, so we have to spend the time. So we are going to ask Commissioner Wells to give us a 1-minute close. I want to thank your team and all y'all for being here and for, providing your responses. You may proceed.
Well, thank you, Senator Donna Fred Gregory and the rest of the senators of the 35th Legislature for this opportunity to discuss the FY25 budget. I appreciate the collaboration, and the suggestions that were given will be taken as we move forward collectively for the best interests of the children of the Virgin Islands. So we look forward to continuing any dialogue, any follow-up conversations in regard to the budget. We make ourselves available to do so, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. So there were several through the chair requests, and one is the report of allotted funding for the Emergency Food Assistance Program and the Fruit and Vegetable Program. Ms. Sanderson, do you have that information on you now? Could you just share it, the information on the funding for the emergency food and then the fruit and vegetable program?
Okay. Emergency food, 42 for fiscal year 24, 42,151. And for the fresh fruit, 38,562. 8,562.
And that's territory-wide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the list of local farmers that the department purchases, Department of Education purchase from for the schools food authority to include how much funds were spent. You could get that? You have that as well?
Yeah.
Okay, could you share that with us?
So the school food authorities use Ridge to Reef, and Mr. Nate Olive is actually the broker for the local farmers. So it's Ridge to Reef is the vendor.
And that's the only vendor that provides?
As of last school year, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why? Is it that you put it out and that's the only vendor that says that they're interested, or?
Yeah, but then he works as a broker too for the local farmers.
Oh, I see. So he's like
Yeah.
the pass-through.
Yes.
I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have an amount as to how much money has been spent with our local farmers?
That I'll have to get back to you.
No problem. And then the list of English as a second language teachers include by district and the amount of ESL programs offered. And then a list of contracts that include this, it's the contract, a copy of the contract for the distance learning and the camera systems. And the updated chart of the disallowed meals. So you gave us the information, but send the chart updated so we could have it in front of us.
Okay.
And then the actual expenses for utilities to include FY24 and your 25 to date, as well as your projected out to September 30th. And the total operating budget in 24 for your maintenance division, which is inclusive of your personnel and whatever amounts you set aside for operating of the maintenance division, because we're going to have to break that out this fiscal year. And the breakout of the additional, I think is $4 million in your other services and charges categories, additional $4 million. Okay, you will get correspondence requesting this information. However, I wanted to share it with you so you could start working on it.
Thank you.
All right, well, Commissioner and the Virgin Islands Department of Education team, thank you for your testimony today. We will see you in August. We pray that in August that we will hear all of the exciting things that has happened in the summer, because we want to make sure that our children, we are very interested in knowing that our children are going back to schools that are in fact conducive to learning, and we don't have any unforced errors and any unnecessary challenges. There'll always be challenges, but we have to make sure that we do all in our power to mitigate them as much as possible. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance stands in recess as we bring on our next testifiers. The committee stands in recess until 1:30. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read block number 2 into the record?
Block 2, VA Board of Education and the VA Career and Technical Education Board. Invited testifiers are Dr. Kaiser A. Colwood, Chairperson, VA Board of Education, and Mrs. Joanne A. Murphy, Chairperson, VA Career and Technical Education Board. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It concludes the reading of block number 2. We do have the officials from the Virgin Islands Board of Education, as well as the current Technical Education Board. So we're going to start with the officials that's here in the room with us, and we're going to ask who is going to be testifying on behalf of the board today?
And the staff prepare with me.
Okay. So we're going to start with the chairman of the board, and then my right, your left. Put your names and titles on the record, and then we'll proceed to the other side. You may proceed, Dr. Colwood.
Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Recognize the mics of the testifiers.
Sandra Bess, Interim Executive Director.
Sylvanie Reimer, Financial Aid Coordinator.
Verdell Parsons, Accountant.
Okay, St. Croix, Career and Technical Education. We will start with who will be providing the testimony today on behalf of the Career and Technical Education team?
Senator, I will. Joanne Allen Murphy,
Okay.
Chairperson.
Ms. Murphy, please put your name and title on the record, and then we'll follow with Ms. Jackson, and then do you have someone on Teams?
Yes, we do have Mr. Antoine Dews, our Executive Director, on Teams.
Okay. You may put your name and title on the record, Ms. Murphy.
My name is Joanne Allen Murphy. I am the Executive Director of the Virgin Island Career and Technical Education Board.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Wait.
Chair of the board.
Were you previously
my
the
mind.
Executive Director? Were you previously the Executive Director?
No, I was not, but I've been
Are you
in
operating
communication.
as the Executive Director?
No desire to have that difficult position either.
All right, no problem. Ms. Jackson?
Hi, my name is Anastasia Jackson, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Career and Technical Education Board.
And Mr. Deuce? On Teams? I'm not seeing.
I think there's been some technical difficulty with Mr. Dews, but he should be with us shortly.
That's fine. You guys are going to have to get a little closer to your mic because we're having a difficult time hearing you on this side. Just say your name one more time, Ms. Murphy, just to do a mic check for us.
Joanne Allen Murphy.
Okay.
Chairperson of the Board of Career and Technical Education.
Yeah, we're having a little struggle here. Okay, we're going to get through it, though. All right, so we're going to start with the Board of Education. Dr. Cowwood, could you begin with your testimony?
Good afternoon, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, esteemed committee members, distinguished members of the 35th Legislature, and valued listeners and viewers. I am Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman of the 21st Virgin Islands Board of Education, VIBE. Today, I'm accompanied by Ms. Sandra Bess, Director of Business and Finance and Interim Executive Director, Ms. Sylvanie Reimer, Financial Aid Coordinator, and Ms. Verdell Parsons, Accountant, joining us today. I am here to present our testimony in robust support of VIBE's fiscal year 2025 proposed budget, totaling $2,387,697. Our board's strategic financial planning and unwavering commitment to educational excellence underscore our budgetary proposal, reflecting our dedication to advancing the educational landscape of the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Board of Education was established by Act Number 2252 as an independent agency of the government of the Virgin Islands, empowered by statutory authority through 17 VIC subsection 21 to 25, 41 to 42, 82, 90 to 91, 121, 127 to 129, 171 to 177, 184 to 191, and 193 to 194, VIBE is entrusted with overarching policy and direction of public education in the Virgin Islands. Our responsibilities encompass, but are not limited to, administering and overseeing the Territorial Scholarship Fund Program, special legislative grants and federal funds awarded to the VI Department of Education, certifying education professionals employed in the Virgin Islands, developing and revising education policies, reporting on schools' curricula and instruction, standardized test scores, dropout statistics, attendance, administrative and counseling deficiencies, including recommendations, mediating and hearing appeals of department decisions and complaints concerning all educational and public school matters. The board comprises of members elected from 2 legislative districts, 4 from the St. Croix District and 4 from the St. Thomas St. John District, with 1 at-large member residing in St. John. Our current St. Croix members are Winona A. Hendricks, Terrence D. Joseph, Shauna K. Richards, and Emanuela Perez Casillas. Our St. Thomas St. John members are Judy M. Gomez Esquire, Era C. Lockhart, Nandi Siku, and myself, Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood. The at-large position is presently vacant. Board members serve staggered 4 terms. The board's work is driven by 5 standing committees and 1 ad hoc committee, which meet regularly. These committees are Professional Staff Certification and Higher Education, Policies, Rules and Regulations, Public-Private Liaison, School Plans and Facilities, Finance, and Internal Control. Our structured and strategic approach ensures that we remain financially sound, motivated, and organized in our mission to enhance the educational landscape of the Virgin Islands. Fiscal year 2024 operations. Table 1 above details VIBE's financial performance, showcasing the actual expenditures for FY23, the appropriated expenditure budget for FY24, expenses incurred as of March 31, 2024, and the proposed expenditures budget for FY25. Any discrepancies between the amounts in the testimony and the post-audit report are due to expense occurs in April and May 2024. Notably, no budget overruns are anticipated. I'll slow down. Personnel services. The board has 19 budgeted positions, strategically distributed between St. Croix and St. Thomas offices. The St. Croix office is staffed by the Associate Executive Director, a financial aid representative, and an administrative assistant, and an educational certification officer. The St. Thomas office employs 9 personnel: the Director of Business, an accountant, financial aid coordinator, financial aid assistant, educational certification officer, 2 loan collection officers, a maintenance engineer, and a custodian. These are classified positions are non-union. As of May 31st, 2024, personnel service expenses totaled $482,515, with fringe benefits at $251,830. An organizational chart is included in Appendix A. Following the Governor's Executive Order of 508-202, VIBE's classified employees receive a wage increase in FY 2022. We have prioritized filling 3 of our 6 vacant full-time position by the 4th quarter of FY 2024. Executive Director, Financial Aid Representative who resigned June 2024, and Executive Assistant. The remaining positions, Researcher, IT Specialist, and Custodian on St. Croix, will follow. To enhance our loan collection efforts, we plan to hire 2 temporary employees with accounting experience to review delinquent accounts. The board actively participates in the Department of Labor's Labor Investing for Tomorrow's LIFT program. Currently, we have an intern, Ms. Carol Lockhart, who is here with us today, who is paid by the Department of Labor. This 6-week program is designed to equip youth with the skills, attitudes, and commitment necessary for transitioning to post-secondary education and employment. The intern gains a comprehensive experience by working alongside employees in each unit of the board's operation. First bank account. As of May 31st, 2024, the board's first bank account ending in 0390 holds a balance of $30,387.31, primarily from certification applications. This structured approach ensures financial discipline, strategic staffing, and effective program participation, all aim at achieving our mission to elevate the educational standards of the Virgin Islands. Professional services. The vendors in Table 2 below currently provide professional services, who are Crucian Point, Xerox Corporation, Innova Solution, Attorney Jennifer Jones, and Govaco. Outstanding obligations. As of May 31st, 2024, the board has approximately $40,000 in outstanding vendor obligations. Real property. The board leases office space from Christianstead Restoration, incurring an annual cost of $52,477.08, or $4,373 per month, with a 5% annual increase. This office is located at 1115 Strand Street, Christiansted, St. Croix. Due to the health and safety concerns, we have secured additional office space at Estate Hogansburg, Frederiksted, St. Croix. A contract with Zephyr Enterprise LLC, managed through the Department of Property and Procurement, covers the period of August 1, 2023 to July 1, 2030, at an annual cost of $30,000, $2,500 monthly. This property is under construction and a move-in date is yet to be determined. The board owns property housing our St. Thomas office at number 60B, 61, and 62 Dranigan's Garter. This property includes two buildings: the two main story masonry building, which contained offices, storage areas, restrooms, and a generator, and a single-story historic building known as the Blake Gertie House, which once served as the board's conference room. Board buildings sustained damage during 2027 hurricanes and require repairs to the roof, courtyard, and driveway, which will be underway shortly. Capital projects: the administrative building, courtyard, and grounds. The 2017 hurricanes caused significant damage to the perimeter stone walls, fencing, and administrative building. With the assistance from the Department of Public Works and Property Procurement, the board secured a partially executed contract for repairs. Caribbean Contracting Services has been awarded to a total of $145,376 contract to complete the necessary repairs. Blake Gertie House. The board collaborated with the Department of Public Works to develop a restoration scope of work for the Blake Gertie House. The Division of Historic Preservation within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources assisted in securing a $200,000 grant from the National Park Service. To prevent expiration and loss of these funds, the grant has been transferred to the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority's Enterprise Zone, which will oversee the project. The board is awaiting the finalized contract. Following this phase, we will continue to working with the Department of Public Works and Property and Procurement alongside with an architect construction manager to complete the restoration. Disaster recovery claims. The VIBE filed public assistance applications with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, for damages sustained during Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017. In March 2021, FEMA obligated $115,000 under Category E for public buildings and contents for St. Thomas location. A property survey has been conducted to delineate boundaries before commencing work on administrative building and courtyard. The commencement of work is pending, and we have requested an extension to September 30, 2024 from the Office of Disaster Recovery. In the meantime, with the support of the Department of Public Works, which provided the project scope and engineer's estimate, the board submitted a request for project and bid solicitation to the Department of Property and Procurement. This project will proceed upon full contract execution. American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. The board received $100,000 award for the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. These funds were allocated for purchasing laptops, installing soap dispensers, upgrading the phone system, enhancing the website for better user access, and cleaning offices in both districts to mitigate the spread of COVID-19.